7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on 101 ESPN. Doug Jackson Burkett is wearing a Spirits of St. Louis hat.
I saw that.
And is ready for a monster month of March here on the TMA STL YouTube channel. And here's the reason why. Roman numeral number 1. I know you like outline forms.
I don't need it, really.
So I'm going to do it. Schaefer Door Company with the $5,000 garage door or garage doors or maybe 3 garage door prize for winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling Emailer of the Month in the month of March. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Send them in. We're going to read them on the PolosPlus.com dossier at 9:45. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. $5,000 prize. Roman numeral 2.
Okay.
Text in 314-399-9646. And if you don't have a text inbox name from now until 11 a.m. on Friday, March 6th, Jackson Burkett will be over there, busy as a little beaver, giving people the text inbox name that they want. It's Jackson's favorite week of the month.
Yeah. Boy.
Did you wake up this morning and think about it?
I thought about it on the ride over here.
I had a feeling.
And what happens when it hits you that you've got that?
I was turning left, going Lindbergh North.
Doug was on Lindbergh North?
Turning
Lindbergh
left
North.
onto Olive, going westbound, and I thought, maybe I could just hang a U-turn. I'm not feeling good today, fellas.
Oh, he was going to bail. This guy was going to bail because he didn't want to update the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
No, I'm already on it.
How's it going so far?
Off to a roaring start.
Like, how many will there be? Request name change.
Oh, damn many. But you know what? If people are out there wanting to be more engaging with the show, then it's a good thing. You know?
Look at that perspective.
It's really a bad sign when you do that and no one asks for a text name. So luckily, we're in it's a good problem to have.
Okay.
What are the rules? So I have a great inbox, but I've decided to change it. Is that enough?
I don't think Jackson does changes, Martin. If you don't have a name saved.
Yeah.
So changes are off the table.
The changing gets into like people changing for a bit, and I have no patience for that.
Wow.
Changing for a bit.
Yeah. You can change your YouTube name all day long if you want. We see the one guy, I can't remember who.
Johnny Burner.
Johnny Burner, or the guy who always changes his profile picture to whoever Mizzou's playing next. There's good opportunities for
Libby Jackie
getting
DiCaprio.
some work in there. Let's keep the text inbox sacred.
So he'll have an Oklahoma Sooner avatar today in the Michelob
I would imagine,
Championship?
I would imagine.
Doug Porter Mosier will welcome Dennis Gates and company this week, and then we'll wrap things up in the regular season with John Calipari.
Okay.
He was not happy about his team's performance against the Florida Gator.
No.
The stage has been set for what will be a monstrous month of March here with Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company with the huge prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day, a $5,000 set of garage doors for you carport owners. Need not email in this month. Take a month off. The morning after at InsideSTL.com is how you can email in. Chairman Kurt filters. We read them at 9:45. Secret ballot. And then we announce the winner at approximately 10:55. Whoever wins the most emails in the month of March wins the Schaefer Door garage door. Schaefer Door online at schaeferdoor.com, SCHAEFER door.com. That's Jason Gosrow's company. And he saw the success Seth Goldcamp had with his promotion in the month of January, and he said, you know what? I'll take the month of March. Jason Gosrow, sharp play. Schaefer Door, Lift Master, and a longtime sponsor here on TMA online at SCHAEFER door.com. Garage door breaks over the weekend. They have Monday morning service time set aside to make sure you're taken care of right away here on a Monday morning. It's Schaefer Door Company. Doug, I don't even know if there's a favorite for what the lead is today. Martin, I mean, can you go like multiple directions? Or is it crystal clear?
I don't see crystal clear.
Okay. Wow, this is a really important Sadie Hawkins here. Jackson's over there. He's doing important work.
Talk to him on Friday. He's done. I hate this week.
He's going to revert to the papers.
It's probably the college basketball teams and what they did over the weekend.
Martin, I think you disagree. Jackson's nodding. Jackson's giving you approval.
Well, I don't know.
But why do you nod then?
Oh, it was kind of like a, okay. It wasn't necessarily the affirmative nod.
Like it should be Oli Marmol?
I mean, according to the Polos Plus dossier, it's Oli Marmol.
I think you can make an argument for both. Make the case.
I guess you didn't see the Blues win.
I saw it.
Seriously?
Well, I saw that they won. I didn't watch any of the action.
Yeah, well, that's good enough.
Take that, Minnesota.
That's good enough. Well, I just think the Billikens with a nice win, Mizzou with a nice win, Illinois with a bad loss.
Yow. Jugs in D.C. cost me money. I cost the audience money. We're all losing money around here. Martin, what would you lead with?
I think Oli, the extent you want engagement, you want people to react. Cardinal manager.
I take the latter portion out, but I agree with you. I think Oli Marmol's extension would be the lead. I guess if the teams played yesterday and if they beat anybody of significance, I would say college basketball, but it's 48 hours old and Duquesne and Mississippi State, an Illinois thing was Friday. So that's where I am. Chairman Kurt, you get to break the tie. Ladies and gentlemen, he filters phone calls. He filters emails. He has a big month of March as well. Chairman Kurt, you get to dictate the direction of the show right now.
When in doubt, go Cardinals.
Wow. When in doubt.
Okay.
Isn't that a Dougism?
I think it is.
I did learn that from Doug.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've always thought that.
I learned it. I learned it by watching you, Dad.
I just don't think it really changes anything.
You don't think this is going to put him over the top?
No, I don't think it changes the direction of the franchise. It's not a new player coming in. If they have a horrendous season or two, they could still fire him. I don't know that it's a huge deal. It's a nice deal for Oli to get the money locked in, but in the big picture, I don't know how big a deal it is.
And I've said that about the extensions before. You can fire anybody.
Mm-hmm. I'm surprised Drinkwitz didn't get an extension out of this.
Because Oli got extended. The Board of Curators had a emergency meeting in Columbia on Sunday.
Another one. My goodness.
I think what's happened is, of note, is that Chaim Bloom does seem to believe in Marmol, and he's had a chance. Because I think you could say, all right, we're going to give him an extra year. They've kind of committed beyond that. I think that relationship has evolved, and if you wanted Marmol out, you were kind of counting on Chaim to come in and start fresh. I don't know about cleaning house, but I think that's something of note, that those two seem to be in lockstep.
I think if you're in the first stages of a rebuild, you almost have to stick with the guy you have, don't you? I mean, it's pretty much common thought that they're going to have a rough season, not be a playoff contender, so you're going to fire him after that? These are the players you dealt him. I'm not sure anybody could do a whole lot with the roster that they've got now. So I think it would be unfair to fire him if they had a bad year. And then you're going to bring somebody in new to this operation at that point. I think that would be kind of awkward and rough.
Doug, you know what happened on March 15th, 2024?
March 15th, 2024. An Oli Marmol extension?
That's correct.
Okay.
I recall I was out with some friends when that happened. It was a Friday afternoon, if memory serves. Otherwise, that means I was drinking during the week, and that's just not the brand anymore. And I remember getting that news, and I was shocked. And the reasoning was, it was the first time they had finished in last place, I believe, since 1990. And I thought the timing of it and the tone-deaf nature of it was off the charts. And I also think it was something that was choreographed because there were starting to be rumblings about Molina in particular, but also Albert Pujols wanting to manage. They knew the schedule at the outset of the 24 season featured the Dodgers and Padres, and I thought it was done for reasons that were not real shrewd considering the unhappiness in the market. This is a different set of circumstances. This is a guy who is going to be shepherding a very young group of players through a rebuild, and it's a different deal than it was in 2024. If you want to say there was an original sin, the original sin would have been back in 2024, not this one. That's where I am on it. I realize, Martin, when you're talking about engagement, this is something that will get people riled up because anything that the Cardinals do, it's in vogue to crap on it right now. But to me, this is a move that I don't want to say it's obvious in the sense that you go, okay, he's done such a great job. I would say if you're going to get a great manager, what manager is going to come in and take over this team, considering the state of the organization and also the state of the game following this season? So this one I view completely differently than I did in 2024.
Yeah, and I think if Bloom were on a lie detector, he'd say, what does it matter? Like, they do believe that he's a great instructor. They've got a young team. They want to continue to develop. They feel he fits that profile. But I think if Heim's on the lie detector, okay, what if I could have Sparky Anderson in his prime? Look at the lineup. Look at the rotation. I think he would just say, this is where we're at. We're fine. Just keep teaching, keep grinding, and then let's see in a year or two if these players have developed and if they've got anything going. You can always make a change.
Is it kind of hard to believe that there's only 2 managers in the National League who've been on the job
That's
longer
unbelievable. Roberts and Torey Lavola. That's
than him?
it.
Yeah. They go through them fast. They spit them out fast. Well, if you've ever met Oli, you'll like Oli. Everybody loves the guy personally, including the players and the front office people. And so he gets some leeway with that, I think, because he's generally a guy that the players and the front office people enjoy working with. And if they think that he's the guy that can nurture the young guys and get them turned around here, I guess it makes perfect sense.
Do you think St. Louis will get in and out anytime soon?
Now there we go.
I just went into the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and that was the first comment I saw.
It's probably more important.
Jackson, any rumblings on in and out?
Trying to look, it's just not moving too far to the east, you know?
It's a West Coast product, though.
It's a West Coast, Vegas. I think there's probably some in Colorado.
They could increase that top line if they were to get some crinkle cuts in there and get rid of those fries.
And they're so like pompous about their fries. They are insistent that they're great. They always share articles saying like In and Out ranked best fries. It's like who's ranking these
They probably ranked them.
Yeah,
it's kind of like how we always win best show from Inside STL.
You know,
quit making excuses. This team's not that young. It's from Evil Calvin, and he is not happy that we are holding rights this morning.
Ooh, I'm going to disagree. Walking into that clubhouse asking guys almost exclusively younger than me to come on the show and being told later. Maybe.
I don't really know what the premise is, but I'm willing to hear Evil Calvin out if he wants to call into the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101 or follow up in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. But is Ryan Stanek at 34 the oldest guy?
I think so.
Yeah, Riley O'Brien's 31. Ryan Tapera's 38.
I think the
doesn't figure to be on the roster, really.
Jeff Tabaka was, though.
Yeah.
I guess Urias would be now the oldest.
He's 31.
Oldest position player.
Those are the only 2 guys who are expected to be on the Major League roster who are over 30.
Right. Like
No, I think you could point to some other guys who've been around that you're waiting on. The Lars Nootbaar, even Vic Scott, are not terribly young anymore.
Right.
I think that case could be made.
Yeah.
Doug Allie Larder just turned 50. That's from the Jerkwood from Kirkwood.
She's not on the roster.
Landman Zone, Varsity Blue Zone, Allie Larder.
Allie Larder.
Might be a fun surprise guest, Martin.
Okay.
She did just turn 50.
She was Billy Bob Thornton's wife?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
In real life or in the show?
In the show.
Because he's been married a few times.
Yeah. Vials of blood and such.
Vials of blood and such. Is that name taken?
No. Available.
Vials of blood and such.
We need a Whataburger, In-N-Out's ass. That's from the Stay-at-Home Trailer Park Dad.
Whataburger is overrated.
Oh, now you're going to fight the Stay-at-Home Trailer Park Dad.
People know.
No, I had a bite of
a
bite of a Shake Shack burger over the weekend.
When you say a bite, that seems like you're getting ready to tease. So you ate a bite of it, but because of nutrition?
Well, I went to the Billiken game Saturday, and they scored 80, so you get the free Shake Shack burgers the next day. So we went, and I'm not going to eat a whole burger like that. So I said, can I have a bite of that? He said, sure. I took a bite out of it.
Wow.
It's darn good. And the crinkle cut fries are nothing to sneer at either.
Good for you, sir. Welcome. Welcome to the Delicious Fry Club.
I just had a bite, though.
You're like a week away from being Tom Brady. He would eat ice cream, but then he would spit it out because he didn't want the calories.
I don't binge and purge.
Jeez.
St. Louis equals food equals fats, not sports. Focus on the yummy and not the dummy. Doug, that's from Daddy Likey. I don't know what I read, but there it is.
Email of the day.
Focus on the yummy.
Shake Shack's better than In-N-Out or Whataburger. That's from Danny Tanner.
I think if you take the comprehensive look, I think Shake Shack is better than In-N-Out, but the In-N-Out burger, I think, is better than Shake Shack's burger.
So when you say comprehensive look, you're looking at the fries.
Situation. Fries. Yeah.
It's a damning fry situation at In-N-Out.
That's
The
really
last
bad.
couple times I've been to Shake Shack to cash in the free burger deal, it's been packed full of people.
I'm sure.
And a lot of them wearing their Billiken gear.
Right.
Billikens, rah, rah, rah.
Billikens, shish, boom, ba.
Doug, Pogs enjoy burgers. That's from Big Paz,
I know
who
they do.
loves Pogs. You can express your love for Pogs at 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. Then you can also talk about Pogs in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 6,670 friends have decided to subscribe to this TMA STL YouTube channel. By the end of the week, Doug, can we get to 6,700? Brick by brick by brick. Open up your YouTube app, type TMA STL, subscribe to the channel. And if we get to 6,700, we all get bonuses.
We do?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah,
Okay.
You got to look at your contract, but yeah, 6,700 gets us bonuses. So go on in there and talk it over with Bill Reloaded, STL Chris, deep voice dude, and classy Ralph Klassen, who's talking to the Devil's Crotch.
He was a blues player, right?
No.
Ralph Klassen.
Well, he loves this show, and he's in there talking it over.
Okay.
The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Your polosplus.com dossier features Chris Kerber with us at 8:15, Gabe DeArmond with us at 9 o'clock, and the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, day one of the month of March of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Emailer of the Month competition, in which the winner will receive a $5,000 garage door, brand new, or garage doors, or multiple, for that matter, by winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month, courtesy of Schaefer Door Company and Jason Gosrow. So send yours in, get it through the filtered file. We read it at 9:45, and then we announce the winner at approximately 10:55 the morning after at InsideSTL.com. A jam-packed presentation. I think Blues fans are going to want to hear what Elliot Friedman had to say, because with the trade deadline looming on Friday, this could be a substantial week in St. Louis Blues history, and he's talking about a big name that he thinks might be on the move. We'll have that for you. And what Doug thought was the lead, college basketball talk. Rough Friday for ILL and a very good Saturday for the Fighting Tigers and Billikens. That coming your way here on the presentation. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We broadcast from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, Friday night in Champaign, it's sundress season for Orange Crush. Sweet mother of mercy, Papers.
That was a good old-fashioned ass whooping.
Is it more about Michigan than Illinois?
Ooh, boy, that's a good question right there, Martin.
I'm starting to wonder
Yeah.
if we were looking at ILL. Follow me here. Papers, I know you'll be with it because he's a ball knower, Doug?
Well, he claims to be.
It has to hurt.
Fight
Especially when
words.
you're updating text inbox names, 314-399-9646. If you don't have one, this is your week. Politely ask Jackson, and you get one. That we may view Illinois perhaps too highly because of playing Missouri when Missouri wasn't the Missouri that they are now. Purdue looks like they might be a little more wobbly than we may have thought. And Nebraska, when they went there and beat them, now they've kind of tailed off. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out, but I didn't see that coming. And Illinois is in spiral mode.
Yeah, they had such a great non-con. Like the teams
That's
they
going
were
to piss
playing.
Doug off, so try to say
You don't
conference.
need to say that. We have so much time.
You know, they beat Texas Tech when they had JT Toppin. They beat Tennessee. You know, they had a really good looking and they were playing good teams, so I thought they'd be used to it come Big Ten season, and then they obviously got off to a great start. I think it's just like we saw a little bit with SLU recently. It's like, when are you peaking? When are you kind of going through a lull? Because every team has considerable lulls in the season, and every team will have big peaks, especially teams that are, you know, contenders like Illinois has shown to be. And I think this is unfortunately a time where Illinois is starting to get that lull late in the season. We saw with Missouri last year, where they had an outstanding early month of February, and then into late February and March, it really took a downturn. I hope for Illinois' sake that's not the case and they can get right, but they did not look like they even had a chance on Friday night.
Brad Underwood was not pleased, as you might imagine. Here's what he had to say following the ass kicking.
You've talked about
Good.
What do you need from him, Tommy,
Good.
Jake, Ben,
Leadership.
leading into March?
Leadership, nastiness, toughness, defending with Kylan Boswell can go do everything Yaxel can do. It's my job to get him to do that. We've seen that. We've got to get back to post Nebraska mindset on the defensive side, just getting gritty, nasty. Our basics, we've done a little too much on that end, in my opinion. I got to get that rectified, and it all starts with Kylan and Tommy.
How do you do that?
Just demand it in practice, and this group wants to win. They care a lot, and so that's not going to be a problem. But the lesson was learned, and they took the belt off and beat our behinds with it. And if you like that too much, then you should probably go to the rec center and play.
No, gosh.
Kind of got Nick framing right there at the end. Oh, Jackson.
someone's
Did you get a little
whipped.
belt whip there?
Yeah.
Is that from Billions with Paul Giamatti?
We have a Foley artist team here now. Yeah, we're doing.
You're not allowed to whip
Foley work.
players after a defeat.
No, you're not.
In their defense, they have lost 4 of their last 6, but 3 of those 4 losses were one-possession games. It came down to one shot.
Yeah.
So if one shot goes the other way in 3 of those games, all of a sudden we're saying this Illinois team is just, it's got to be top 4 team in the country.
But come tournament time, there's going to be games that are decided by one possession.
Come
Sure
tournament
there are.
time.
And if you're on the losing end of that, it doesn't
but except
matter.
for this, other than that Michigan game, and they got beat pretty bad by UConn. Other than that, they've been right there against
Magic
everybody.
Beans disagrees. Once Underwood moved Wagler to the centerpiece of the team after Boswell's injury, they've been absolute crap. That's from Magic Beans, and he is a 6'18".
Wagler
they're
can't
not
get
crap.
anything going. He can't get anything going.
They
right now.
they beat a 4th-ranked Purdue team. They beat a 5th-ranked Nebraska team. They're not crap.
No,
They had
far
a
from
horrible
it.
game this weekend. They did. There's no questioning that.
Yeah.
But Illinois is right there.
And Michigan
Underwood is
real.
such and then it's a profanity, so overrated. That is from Scat King Cole, Doug.
Oh,
And he's also
Gosh.
6'18". The 6'18's turning on their guy.
And I've always been an Underwood Lemming. I even thought that exchange was a perfect example of a pissed off coach. Media follow-up question, time or two, and then the coach keeps going with the answer, even though he's clearly testy, but he's going to give you the answer. Thought that was a healthy exchange. They went to the Elite Eight 2 years ago. They did flame out when they had Kofi and Ayo. Remember that? A couple of years in a row. It's all about March, Doug / April.
And hitting your fwee-fwoes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ken Palm update for ILL. They still love him in Ken Palm, Doug. Despite having 7 losses, Illinois is number 5 in Ken Palm. So there you go. Papers, do you buy into Ken Palm?
Yes, I think Ken Palm is the best measure of college basketball.
Well, there's one team surging in Ken Palm and one team falling in Ken Palm, even though they both won on Saturday. The Fighting Missouri Tigers, Doug, now up to number 47 in Ken Palm. The Billikens, after once again falling behind, but then pulling away at the end, they are now at 27 in Ken Palm.
Okay. The Billikens fell behind again, but it's hard to blame him. I mean, Duquesne just couldn't miss in
They
the first
literally
5
shot
minutes.
100%
Yeah.
to start the game.
Yeah, I don't know how much better they could have done.
Yeah.
They gave up 20 points. Billikens gave up 20 points in the first 5 minutes of the game, and only 56 in the remaining 35 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
And Avila got hot there in the second half, hitting his 3-point bombs.
15 straight points.
Yeah,
That was insane.
Rammer and I heard Rammer and Earl talking about it on the radio. It was just another masterclass by Rammer. Someone was dribbling and getting their shirt pulled, and Rammer goes, "He's pulling his shirt. You can't do that. You got to call that." He's just in the middle of the game.
And he's talking to the audience, or he's talking to the referee 10 feet away.
I think you can feel him leaning over that media table, kind of saying it. But he said, 15-point win that was much closer than the final score.
Yeah, it
is saying.
seemed like it.
Wasn't the spread 14.5? Was it?
I don't
going into
know.
that?
It was.
Because it's amazing how that happened.
They were up
So
2 with 4.5 left.
Let me tell you something, brother.
Yeah.
I fired a bullet on the Billiken team total of 88.5, and because that's what I was focused on, I didn't even think about the spread, Martin. What was the final of that game? Billikens and Duquesne.
91-76.
Oh, how do you do?
And Avila 3, right?
So with about 35 seconds left, Avila throws up the 3.
From deep.
And I'm there with the family. And little do they know that this wasn't a $10 wager. The Tam Avenue Capital Partners had allocated relatively heavily. And with that ball in the air, I'm thinking to myself, this determines the tone of the rest of the evening.
Oh, no.
And that's what you want to do.
Whether
As
the
a
kids-
father and a husband, you want a guy shooting a 3 up 11 points to determine whether or not you're going to go have some libations and really enjoy the evening or be pissy. And fortunately, it went in. So then at that point, I'm in full celebration mode. And then Duquesne comes down the floor. I'm not even paying attention because I'm already transferring money around at this point. I'm making market moves.
Yep.
And then they don't score. And then I hear like a bunch of cheers. And I'm like, wonder what the hell happened. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. So I see some people bottle service at Lorenzini's, Doug.
Of course.
Pony. And some of my buddies were on the Billikens minus 14.5. And so that 3 covered that number for them as well, Martin. How about that?
Wow.
Thank you, Robbie Avila. Thank you for the delicious win.
Yeah, he got hot.
Because the kids didn't realize on Sunday there would be no food. The heat would be
Not at
turned
all.
off.
Not at all.
It was down to
tough
not
Sunday.
eating. Had he missed a shot, there's nothing in the cupboard.
Is there any other way to gamble?
Well, that's the smart way to do it.
Thank you.
They need to learn, Doug. There are consequences when daddy's wrong,
Okay.
and
Thank
they
you.
pay. Daddy's wrong, they pay.
That's right.
No porridge for them.
Yeah.
SLU gives out ice cream deals, Mizzou dollar beers. That's from the St. Raphael Godfather.
Not
SLU
sure what that
gives
means.
out ice cream deals, Mizzou dollar beers. That's from the St. Raphael Godfather.
Yeah, I heard that the first time. Is he talking about some kind of coupons that
I
come
don't
with
know, because
the
it's
buying a
Shake
ticket?
Shack at 80 points.
Yeah.
Mizzou Arena had $1.99 beers, maybe against Tennessee.
Got it. And the Colonel, we asked the Colonel about that, and he said, yeah, they need to do things to drive people into the building.
Yeah, it does seem kind of dangerous on a college campus. But Mizzou just hasn't quite captured the imagination of the fan base there yet, I guess, have they? Are they selling?
I think
don't know.
things. What's that, Papers?
I mean, the Tennessee game was all but sold out.
Well, I'm talking about in general. I think if you're talking about a team that's gone from looking like they weren't going to be in the tournament to a team that I would imagine around college basketball, people are going, oh, I don't know if I want to play them. It's Missouri.
Yeah.
That has been a substantial change here over the last few weeks. And I know Dennis Gates of the 3 area coaches, although Underwood's starting to get it from Illinois fans, and he really is. I mean, I'm, reading Illinois publications, and there really is frustration with him. Dennis Gates, I think, of the 3, I think we would all agree, catches the most heat. And if it weren't for that recruiting class next year, I think some might have thought he was coaching for his job this year. But because of that class, they knew he wasn't going to go anywhere. But either way, what has gone on here over the last few weeks with Missouri, I did not see coming, and it has gotten some people talking that this could actually wind up being a dangerous team, and a team that could wind up being as high as maybe a 7 seed. I guess the ceiling, if they ran the table, like win out against Oklahoma and Arkansas in Columbia and then win the SEC tournament, would be a 6. But they probably will finish in the top 4 in the SEC, and that's a hell of an accomplishment. And they've gone from looking like they weren't going to be in the tournament to all but a lock to go to the tournament.
Yeah. I mean, following the Illinois game, which is the line of demarcation of, like, how can it get worse? A lot of people were wondering, like, is this going to be another 0-for season in the SEC? Dennis Gates, this might be completely done. And then their next game is against Florida, and they go out and win. And Florida has looked unbeatable, kind of, since then, especially against...
Well, they put it on Arkansas.
Boy, howdy. And Tom Golden and Calipari yelling at each other. God, I love college basketball.
What do you think got Mizzou turned around?
Jaden Stone, Trent Pierce. Those 2 additions, not only just because of their scoring ability, but what that does for guys like Mark Mitchell to open him up. Obviously, the emergence of T.O. Barrett over the past
I think
3 weeks has been awesome.
You were absolutely on Stone and Pierce and pointing out that they weren't there for the Illinois game. To your credit, the T.O. Barrett thing, he wasn't even really a factor at that time, and that's been huge. Ant Robinson now is improved. Mm-hmm. I'll tell you one, because I remember watching him in the Illinois game when we were down there at the Enterprise Center and be like, what is this guy doing? And that's Trent Burns.
Yeah.
Trent Burns has become not only a serviceable replacement when they try to give some rest
to Phillips,
or he gets into foul trouble, he's become a force, and he's like what they call him, Cap in Showtime?
Yeah.
With the hook.
Yeah.
He's going skyhook like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
16-foot skyhooks. I was like, what? I saw the Mississippi State. He turned around from like legit 15 feet into the sky. Well, what are you doing? Nailed it. Soft touch. Like,
they've got a totally different team now.
Yeah. If you can unlock...
I can't imagine many people are watching the game on television on Saturday. It's a noon game against Mississippi State. Beautiful weather. There certainly weren't many people in Starkville interested in it based on the crowd.
Including the players on the floor.
But this is a different team. I don't know. And what a pleasant surprise, because as we go into March, Missouri is going in a different direction than they were going into March last year.
Yeah. Complete opposite kind of style in which, like, you're kind of peaking right towards the end of the season. And if you can get someone who's 7'5", kind of into the mix completely and getting real minutes and real production, what that can do, because teams don't have tape on him, like they're watching Mizzou like play Florida, and this Trent Burns guy against one of the biggest teams in the country isn't even on the floor, or barely on the floor, and now you have him playing significant minutes. That's really tough for teams to scheme against.
At 7'5", you can almost touch the rim just on your tiptoes.
When he dunks, he basically like barely leaves the ground.
Yeah.
7'5" with long arms too.
Mm-hmm. Coaches love practice, right? To get it right, get back in the lab. Well, they had about a 2-week break after that bragging rights loss, right? Before they played Florida.
That's right.
And you wonder about that time, too, where they kind of had to reset after that embarrassment. Do you know who the leading scorer for Mizzou was in the Illinois game?
Sebastian Mack.
You are a Bullnor. How did you know that?
Wow.
Because that's how bad the game was. That Sebastian Mack, who hasn't got on the floor in weeks, was your leading scorer.
That's very telling, isn't it?
Yeah, extremely.
Well, they're not happy in Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Doug. The Devil's Crotch, shocking. 34 minutes into the show, and it's been almost all sports, minus the in-and-out discussion, Doug. That's the Devil's Crotch.
Okay. What's he unhappy about?
That it's been all sports minus the Devil's Crotch's enjoyment of the in-and-out discussion. Also, in fairness, Devil's Crotch, we did weave in Whataburger and Jackson not being on board, and Shake Shack and Doug take a bite out of some guy's burger.
No, it was my son Nick's burger.
I like the idea of you just going.
It wasn't just a random guy
tapping someone on the shoulder. Hey, that looks pretty like Samuel L. Jackson in Pulp Fiction. Just eating their food.
That could be your thing, Doug. A new food vehicle where Doug goes around town. It's a Doug bite. And you just walk into a restaurant. Hey, can I have a bite of that?
That does sound like the halcyon days of local news where people just give up bites of their food
It's
to their
time
favorite
for
anchors.
Doug's bite. He just goes into restaurants.
Frank's
Is that
food bites.
cannelloni? I'll just give a real quick bite. Delicious. You may have to cue up the Frank audio.
And then turn and
join-
rear and then just go home.
No, and you give a review based on the bite.
I'm just laughing thinking about Frank's food pics just being him eating off other people's plates.
Now, Frank did tell the story when he would go into Majerus' office, Rick Majerus at SLU. He liked food. He would tell you he liked food, but he would often have a big sandwich sitting there, maybe from Adriana's. And he would be mid-bite, and then Frank would walk in and he'd say, "Hey, Frank, you want a bite of this?" And of your sandwich? No, I'm good, thanks. So it is a thing to some people, Doug.
Yeah.
Now, I'm glad to see you've carried the torch.
Well, if you cut off, if it's a family member, it's not a big deal. If it's a stranger or somebody else, I mean, you don't
No, I think that's
take a
good
bite
model.
out of that.
Wow. That's good.
There he is.
You could saw off a little section of the sandwich and eat that had someone else's mouth saliva on there.
Jeez, now it's getting gross.
Mouth saliva. Is there any other kind?
I don't know if it comes out of any other orifice or not.
Clip that off. I will have the drops of the week on Friday, usually about 8:45, if memory serves.
Pre-Gabe.
PolosPlus.com. That is pre-Gabe, Martin. Gabe will be with us at 9 o'clock. Chris Kerber at 8:15. And then at 9:45, day one of this Schaefer Door Company promotion, giving away garage doors, brand new, for the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Emailer of the Month promotion. So there'll be 5 emails this week, 5 emails next week, 5 the following week as we lead into the tournament. 5, so that's 20, and then 1, 2, so 22 Email of the Day competitions in the month of March. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You got to get through Chairman Kurt's filter. And if you do, then you get read on the air, and then we vote via secret ballot. And then the results are announced at 10:55, and Jackson experiences a number of complaints regarding what transpires. Mm-hmm. Here's the playbook, Doug, if you're interested.
That's exciting.
It's up to you if you're interested or not. I don't know. But I know I'm interested in Design Air, especially when they sent 2 gentlemen over to my house last week.
You can't be serious.
Steve and Scott.
Oh, wow.
Steve and Scott came on over as they made sure everything was firing on all cylinders at Design Air Heating and Cooling. DesignAirService.com. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, longest running sponsor on TMA. Any issues you might be running into, all you got to do is go to DesignAirService.com, sponsor of our email of the day. And a unique temperature spread here. We got a high of 45 today, and on Friday, Doug, a high of 82.
Oh, yeah, makes sense.
That's what we got.
March is the cruelest month.
And why is it the cruelest
think
month?
you're out
Because
of
you think it's
winter?
sundress season.
You think you're out of winter, and then it'll hit you right in the gut.
Yeah, a lot
And
of
then it
rain,
comes back,
too.
and
Yeah, a
then
lot of
it's
rain.
raining.
All
Then towards
rain
the end
this
of
week.
March, it's cold. The Cardinals open up. You're wearing a winter coat to the game sometime. And the next week, it's 78 degrees again.
And the Masties.
Yeah, it's
And
right around the
Missouri,
corner.
Illinois, and St. Louis University go to Indianapolis to spend a weekend with Brian Henson at the Final Four.
You think they'll check in with Henson?
I would think he'll do some sit-downs.
Okay.
Maybe have Gates, Shirts, and Underwood do a
Round table?
round table with him.
Okay.
I could see that.
Bitterman's round table?
Bitterman's round table. The thing about college basketball this year is there seems to be this class, not just a team, but this class that is kind of in another world as we go into the month of March. Papers,
Yeah.
do you agree with that?
It's Duke. It's Michigan. It's likely Arizona.
Yeah, I would say Arizona's in there. God, you
And-
knew they were going to put it on Rock Chalk for some revenge on Saturday.
Yeah.
They left one out there,
Oh
not
my
getting
God!
on that.
Yeah, that was a
The number was like 9.5 or 10, and they just skull pounded him.
Arizona at home is borderline unbeatable.
A
Houston's
lot of these
maybe,
teams are almost unbeatable at home. SLU's 18-0 at home.
Yeah, but I think Duke, Michigan, and Arizona are in a class unto themselves, in like true contender form. Like I think those 3. I just don't see a world in which one of those 3 isn't cut down. And that's, but I could see maybe a Florida. I mean, they're peaking.
So
right
I get
at
the
right
field
time.
and you get those 3. I don't know if I'd take that bet, actually.
Yeah, if I could only take 3, I'm taking those 3, and I'm feeling pretty good about it.
Next tier, Houston, UConn, kind of.
Houston, UConn. I put Florida maybe in that. Just the way they're
Oh, I
playing
agree
right
with you on
now.
Florida right now.
The way they're playing right now is unbelievable. Their front court is almost. I don't know how you beat that. So I would say those teams are kind of in a class unto themselves.
Did you know the calendar is supposed to have 13 months? Yep. 28 days per month. Seems better, huh? And New Year's is actually supposed to be April 1st. Look it up. That's from Mr. Banger.
Tell me what to look up.
I don't know what propels these thoughts, but I enjoy them.
Even if that's all true, it's still going to be hard to change.
Yeah.
We're not changing.
We have leap years.
We've come to grips with the current calendar.
Papers Mizzou a lock, 13 days from yesterday.
Yeah, I think their tickets all but punched.
Okay. SLU, still sweating it out.
Just the margin of error is
That
kind of
A10
disappeared.
tournament's
But
looking a little dicier.
I think as of right now, they're in, but you just can't really slip at this moment.
Win on Wednesday, you win the Atlantic 10.
Yeah.
Period.
Yep. I think they're in as of now, but yeah.
ESPN had a bubble update yesterday morning, and they've got their chances of being in the tournament at 95%.
I
for
think
the
that's
record.
right. Yep. I agree.
I guess the thing that could happen is they win out, they beat Loyola, and George Mason won't be easy on the road.
No.
But if they win those two and then get bounced in the tournament, that's the question. That's something that could conceivably happen. Mm-hmm. Are they still in?
If they beat Loyola and George Mason and then lose in the Atlantic 10, I think they're in still. Even if there is a bunch of bracket stealers or bid stealers, in those conference tournaments the following week, I think they'd be in. I do in that case. I think if they lose in one, especially if they lost Wednesday, which would be shocking considering the opponent. But I think if you lose one of these two, then you've got a potential for a sweat.
Because if you win that scenario, Doug, you win both, you'd be 28-3 going into the A10. You'd be the conference champ, 16-2 in conference play. You'd like not to get bounced, but a first-round bounce, you'd probably still be okay.
For the record, Missouri is listed in this category as should be in on ESPN.com. Not that this is the gospel. Illinois is in. And then when it comes to the Billikens, they are in the should be in, coming off its ugliest loss of the season by 15 at Dayton. St. Louis had to hold off Duquesne on Saturday to avoid a third loss in 4 games. The Billikens have been a great story in their second season with Josh Schertz at the helm and aren't in much danger of not making the field as an at-large team if necessary. They are still top 30 nationally in the resume rankings with a pair of quad 1 wins and rank even better in the predictive ratings. So ESPN has them in should be in right now.
Yeah, I would think that's appropriate. They would really have to fall apart here to not get in.
Well, I mean,
Lose 2 of the next 3, maybe.
well, I think I have to say, I think that is actually possible. I don't think that's outlandish. Losing on Wednesday would be the thing where you go,
They won't lose that game.
I'd
Loyola's
be
horrible.
senior night.
18-0 at home. They haven't lost at home all year. And now they're playing the last place team in the league.
I don't expect that. I think that number's probably got a 2 in front of it as far as the spread goes. But this weekend against George Mason is in play, and then their first game after the double bye in the Atlantic 10. That could happen.
Yeah.
You get Dayton is surging. Jugs in D.C. Doug, I know you put $25,000 on his recommendation on Friday night, taking George Washington and laying the 3.5 against Dayton. Dayton's mounting a charge. VCU's got to win the A10 tournament, most likely, to get in. And then there's always the Bonnies. Nobody beats the Bonnies. Watch this. The Bonnies. Nobody beats the Bonnies.
Okay, all right.
You like their brown uniforms?
No. Probably among the ugliest uniforms in the country.
Jackson?
I haven't taken a look in a long time at the St. Bonaventure's men's basketball uniforms, but I'm looking at them presently. Weak.
Yeah, they're really bad.
Yeah.
I think my favorite A10 takeaway this year was that I didn't realize UMass had left. All of a sudden, I just realized they were no longer in.
Yeah.
Miami, Ohio is going to go to war with St. Louis when they go undefeated in their Mickey Mouse League and still don't make the field when they don't win their conference tournament. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
That could happen.
Bruce Pearl, Jackson. I have sent you this sound yesterday. Take a listen to this.
This is under the category of less local rock.
Yeah.
Miami, Ohio, here's the deal. Are we going to select the 68 most deserving teams, or are we going to select the 68 best teams? If we're selecting the 68 best teams, then Miami, Ohio is going to have to win their tournament to qualify as a champion. Because as an at-large, they are not one of the best teams in the country. And that's going to be a difficult choice for the committee to make.
Here's a question that I have for the group here. What is more valuable, the conference tournament or the regular season, winning out the regular season? I think it's regular season.
Right.
Because I think you got a larger body of work. I think they play well, but the unfortunate part of being a mid-major is you got to handle your business not only in conference, but also in tournament play.
Yes.
My son played at the University of New Mexico, and they actually snuck in and won the conference tournament.
And that throws off
everybody. And they win and they lost to Clemson. But at the end of the day, I think you just got to take care of your business if you're a mid-major team.
Yeah.
I don't know if the 0 at the end of the season makes a difference unless they win out their conference
Because
tournament.
here's why it's crazy. The MAC has not had multiple teams, multiple bids since 98, 99. So that's almost 30 years ago. And the strength of schedule for Miami of Ohio, 321st. It doesn't look good when we're weighing resumes, which is what's happening with the bubble talk.
I mean, you got to play your way in or you're going to lose your way out. It's just that simple with all these teams. And Mash, to your question, for the mid-majors and low majors, it's all about the tournament because they recognize there's only going to be a one-bid league. For the rest of the leagues, it's all about the grind of a regular season championship, and I think that's what matters most.
Okay.
So it's a nice deal for Miami, Ohio. They can go undefeated through the regular season and not get into the NCAA tournament if they don't win their conference tournament, per Illinois friend Bruce Pearl.
But you look at some of the teams they played, and holy smokes. Mercyhurst? What is that?
They had a fun win on Friday night.
They beat Trinity of Illinois.
They were down late.
They beat Trinity of Illinois 129-49. They beat Millikan 135-81. I don't doubt you have to be pretty good to run the table, and they've played some better teams than that. But
yeah, it's just hard to be undefeated.
Well, Harrison's brother Master's not happy with the conversation. Now, I thought he took a vow of silence until Jordan Kyrou was traded, Martin. That's what I remember with Harrison's brother Master.
That sounds right.
But he is texting this in multiple times. Robert Thomas is number 3 on the trade board, and you guys are talking about bubble teams who won't even make it out of the first weekend of the tournament. Brilliant!
Okay,
That's from
stop
Harrison's brother Master.
Leave us alone.
And he is not happy with Jackson. Are you firing a bullet over there?
Oh, my gosh. Listen to this guy.
It's Joe Strauss, not happy. But if Harrison's brother Master wants it, he gets it. Next up on the Polos Plus dossier, the latest from the Athletic Trade Board and Elliot Friedman's thoughts on what's going on with Robert Thomas and the trade deadline coming your way on Friday. Chris Kerber is going to be with us at 8:15. The Colonel at 9 o'clock. That's coming your way on the Polos Plus dossier. This is the Healthcare Evolution, 7 o'clock hour here on TMA. Healthcare-evolution.com, sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring is online at igotfloored.com. Family owned and operated now for 3+ decades. Michael himself really takes pride in helping and making sure that his employees are happy, because that then transfers to the customers. Check out the free samples they're offering up at igotfloored.com. That comes from Proximity Mills. Just go in and talk to them at Michael's Flooring. You're going to see a big difference between them and the competition. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you and not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring in 3 easy-to-get to locations in St. Louis. They're in Creve Coeur, they're in Darden Prairie, and they are in St. Peter's. It's Michael's Flooring. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues win yesterday, beating the Minnesota Wild 3-1. Off today, off tomorrow. Back in action on Wednesday as they take on the Seattle Kraken. That's going to be an 8 p.m. pregame, 9 p.m. puck drop right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
What's going on here, Doug?
It's the TMA flow trip.
Oh, gosh, you're trying to get us on this damn flow trip.
Do her and we don't give a rip. Doug's got his khakis hanging over the boat, and we can't stop staring hard to keep afloat. Jackson won't be wearing his diaper, no drugs, and he's feeling hyper. Tim is the leader, rightfully so, and everyone looking for their next bow. Martin is looking for his waterlogged food. Captain is taking the trip fully nude. Buck Swope made the trip with his log in hand, able to go because he's never been banned. Hey, it's TMA, baby. Let's float, boys. Nobody here but us. Cancel the noise. My stepdad is on this trip, and we might hook up after taking a dip. It's TMA, baby. Let's do it up right. Having fun all day and kissing goodnight. Yeah, we're having fun all
Do these songs go a full 3 minutes like some pop tune?
This one's a shorter one than some of the other ones he has made. That's Rogers and Hammertoe. Fine listeners to this
I thought
presentation.
that was Georgia Satellites.
Did it have like a little Kenny Loggins vibe to it?
That's a nice play.
Yeah.
That's a nice play.
Maybe
And
Loggins
they-
would have
Put
seen
that in the
it.
rotation at WIL down the hallway.
We could almost get a complete album out of these songs now.
So I'm looking for waterlogged food, and the captain's taking the whole thing nude. All right.
Like that. That's hot. Joey Vitale's Orange Scully says, that's a banger. Manute Bowl Eligible says, my cat is dancing to this. Sheepy Reporter says, that's pretty sporty. And Chief Smuggling Bear says, was that Jesse and the Rippers? Doug, the audience enjoying the work of Rogers and Hammertoe for the TMA float trip, and it is going to be a pony. Might do a 3-day float.
I'm not going. How big of a check do I need to write so I don't have to go?
We'll just start a GoFundMe to make Doug go.
God.
Jackson's not bringing his diaper.
I'm not going.
You're out too.
Oh,
Martin,
wow.
it's just me and you and Chairman Kurd.
I hate a float trip.
Let's do it.
The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios, polosplus.com dossier, featuring Chris Kerber at 8:15, Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock, and then a huge promotion going on this month here on The Morning After, and it is day one of it, so you are getting into it right at the very beginning. You can compete with legends like Buck Swope and Shooter McGavin and that Marty Horowitz. He's over at the Charcoal House by emailing in The Morning After at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the winner of the month, and that'll be 22 emails. Whoever wins the most gets a $5,000 garage door or garage doors from Schaefer Door Company. What a prize for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling emailer of the month. That is coming away at 9:45 on the polosplus.com dossier. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Healthcare Evolution. What is Healthcare Evolution? You sit there and you ask me. Because Doug's gone out there and they've taken a look at his shoulder.
Yeah,
I've gone out there and they did the imaging, and it turns out I no longer have a slap tear in my shoulder. Papers has gone out there for hair treatments. So they can do it all out there. It's precise imaging and assessment to identify pain, precise placement of medication with a quality product with great results and no insurance hassle or wait. So if you're sitting there going, well, I've got an injury and I'm not supposed to get in until the first week of April, That's not what's going to go on at healthcare-evolution.com. All you have to do is go online and you can be in there, I mean, within the next 24, 48 hours. That is what it's all about. Here is the deal. 10% sale for TMA listeners only for the month of March. That is a 10% sale for TMA listeners for the month of March. So let them know you're a TMA listener and you get 10% off. Go to healthcare-evolution.com. Doug, if you take a look at your NHL trade board on The Athletic, look who is number 3 now. Number 18 from the St. Louis Blues, Robert Thomas. He has gone from on the periphery of trade talks to number 3 on the expected list of players to move with the trade deadline coming up this Friday. Robert Thomas returning yesterday and getting a goal played on Saturday, and the Blues get the win against the Wild. But the momentum seems like when you got all these national writers talking about Thomas on the move, that there really might be something there. He missed the return after the Olympics on Thursday. Martin had that, and that was going to be something that had nothing to do with the trade deadline. It was personal reasons, and he was back this weekend. But will he be with the Blues when they play this coming weekend? Here's what Elliot Friedman had to say.
So a lot of what is being discussed right now in terms of what's kind of hot today are the centers. And, you know, first of all, Robert Thomas rejoined the Blues today. He could play for them again tomorrow, and best to his family. He was on a leave for a bit this week. But, you know, Ron, when his name first came up, you report it, but you kind of don't believe it. Like, there's no way Robert Thomas is getting traded. I actually believe it could happen. I think there is a decent chance that Robert Thomas could be traded by the deadline on Friday. I believe one of the teams that's in this is Utah. Bill Armstrong, the GM of Utah, drafted Robert Thomas in St. Louis, and that's a connection there. But I think it actually could potentially happen, and I have to say I'm a bit surprised about that. I think it's heated up around him a bit.
You boys think he's going to go by the deadline?
I would think that he has more appeal than probably anyone else on the Blues roster. He's only 26. He's right in his prime. He's a very good player, probably their best offensive player. I would think that he would bring the biggest return. But if you're the Blues, do you want to deal your best player who's not over the hill yet, who might still have 5, 6, 7 really solid years ahead? If you're going to rebuild, are you going to start by subtracting that? I don't know. You'd have to get an awfully nice return, I would think, to deal Robert Thomas.
Harrison's brother Master, by the way, now happy with the topic, says Elliott would never say that unless it's a done deal.
Well, but that doesn't make it a done deal.
Well, and the way he reported it, instead of some of the hot takes that are out there now, you'll hear them just say, I think this is going to... He was saying it's what he's hearing, and he said, I'm surprised. So it wasn't just him making it up. He said, this is based on what I'm hearing, and that it actually surprised him, which I think for most Blues fans, all the names you've heard for a year now, they'll move Falk, they'll move Shen, Binner might be gone, Kyra's on the market. Mm-hmm. Nobody ever mentioned Robert Thomas.
So the trade board, here we go, just posted in the Athletic this morning, has Thomas at 3, Falk at 4, for the record. Multiple Blues, as you might expect, but now some names have dropped from where they were. Shen is at 29. His brother, Luke Shen, by the way, is at 30. A lot of Jets, a lot of Blues, and a lot of Kraken on there. Binnington is now at 43. Kyrou at 45. There is the Athletics trade board, Robert Thomas at number 3. Texting with the non-ling, I got to tell you, the non-ling corroborates Harrison's brother Master. He says Elliot Friedman isn't devoting multiple days on a scoop without following up. When the big-name insiders are pushing the story like this, that means that multiple people they're talking to are not shutting it down. So that is currently one of the hottest topics in NHL trade deadline talk is Robert Thomas.
And I think it's incumbent on Doug Armstrong right now to do something, I would say, notable, not just a tweak right now. If you look at the right, although the weird thing to me is if you're going to have all these young forwards coming along, who's a great centerman, who's also part of that core, I feel like Thomas has been part of the core moving forward, that's the plan. So maybe the return is that great that it can kind of alter the franchise a little bit. And maybe he sees it that way. We got to do something really significant.
Here is what I think it tells the fan base if indeed he goes. And I do agree with the general premise of the Nonling and Harrison's brother Master that there has been a lot of momentum for this, and it's picked up over the last 48, 72 hours. That the Blues, whatever term you want to call it, the Cardinals are calling it the build, the Blues are retooling. If Thomas goes, what that tells you is they're not thinking about being in the mix for a few years. I mean, the guy's 26 and he's under contract. That means you're turning the page. That's how I take it, and I think a lot of fans would take it that way as well. You're turning the page and not expecting to be in the mix if you are going to trade a player of that caliber at this time. But if he's sitting there, Robert Thomas, because he can say no thank you, he has to go, okay, is this team 3 years, 4 years away, and do I want to spend my 20s as being part of a rebuild? So he has some say in the matter as well, and he has to handicap the situation.
Yeah, and unless you can get a sizable return for him, that's what it would take, I think, in my opinion, to deal him. Because, like I said, he should still have 5 or 6 more good years. And the rest of the young guys you're building around, they should be in their prime by that time. Holloway's 24, Neighbors 23, Snuggerud 21, Broberg's young at 24. So those guys should come into their own and be in their prime when Thomas is still in his. So unless you're going to really deal for some people that you are very high on that can contribute rather soon, I'd be afraid to make that trade.
Now, it is possible that they thought his ceiling was greater. Like they thought he was going to become a bigger star. And if they think that's not happening, then maybe they feel it's time to try something new. But again, he has to sign off. That's the other piece of it. But I think a lot of guys who are on this team now are like, all right, it's not going to be great around here anytime soon. So maybe if you want to win, maybe now's the time to say yes.
Yeah, and if they're going to trade you to some city that's, you might find more interesting as a young man, or a team that's at the top of the standings, I would think people would accept a deal like that, wouldn't you? If they're going to trade you to Tampa or Colorado or Vegas or someplace like that, you'd say, sure, let's go.
Why, Battlehawks are getting ready to play.
Yeah.
They played, the Doggies played last night. San Diego, Doug, tough night, couldn't score.
2-0 your final, unfortunately. FS1.
But if you're 26 years old and somebody says, hey, we got a good deal with Vegas, they're in first place, and you can go to Vegas now, are you going to say, no, no, St. Louis is for me? I don't think so. I'm going to Chicago. Stand up.
Robert Thomas in his 8th year with the Blues, and he's 26.
Mm-hmm. Tim, I disagree. I'm sorry, Mark.
No, I really think it may come down to how they assess his ceiling here and say, you know what, we thought he was going to be a perennial all-star, and he's not. So, again, I think if they move him, I get it, Doug, he's a high-caliber player, but I just think maybe internally they're saying, all right, you know what, he's not going to be the star we thought he'd be.
We're getting multiple texts from people, including both Harrison's brother Master and Steven Time of the Brothers Time, saying they believe he's asked to be traded, and this is what Steven Time says. Tim, I disagree. Trading Thomas now is solely because he's asking to be traded. There's no other reason why you trade him. This move, plus the others, would allow the Blues to go all in on elite defense via free agency and believe your young forwards will get better. That's from Steven Time. Tell you who's looked good since the Olympic break. Anybody know where I'm going with this?
Holloway.
Are you going to say Mayu?
Yeah. Noticeable. He really has.
Yeah.
That's encouraging. I mean, that was the focal point at the start of the season. So
still win that trade, Doug.
Yeah,
I'm still counting on the Liberatore Rosarina. That the jury's not in on that one because I'm holding rights.
You figure if they're going to deal Thomas, then there's nobody that's off the table, right? You would think that it's going to be a major tear apart if you're going to deal him.
Did we do a predictionary on the number of Blues
Papers, how's
players?
our predictionary looking?
Do we have a number?
Well, I think it's high time then.
So it's what, 2 o'clock Friday deadline, NHL trade deadline. So between now and Friday, 2 o'clock, over under.
Oh, Martin's going to set the over under.
Blues players traded. Is 2.5 a dicey?
Over. It's already booked.
Can I
I got to win my money back after that Illinois game and Jugs and DC's play on George Washington. Fortunately, Nico Echeverria won for me yesterday, Doug. Thank you to Shane Lowry.
Oh, is that right?
For going Fan Page Club Championship on 16 and 17.
Yeah, laid the sod over it.
2.5. I don't know.
Do you like that term, lay the sod over it?
I didn't care for it. No, I wish he'd stop talking like that.
Okay. Tim's on the over. Doug, where are you at on 2.5 Blues?
I just shipped the bankroll on the over.
Yeah. Doug, 2.5 Blues players traded by the deadline Friday.
Yeah, the deadline is this week, so they're going to have to get to it.
Get their cleats a clicking.
I'll say under.
Under. All right.
Tim is shipping the over.
Yeah.
What'll happen
the
is
bankroll too.
then you trade someone like Sundquist to throw in teams, and all of a sudden you get to the 3 because there's times.
I think that the guys
I'll
that you
say
would,
under.
Okay.
the guys that would make a lot of sense to trade are the guys that are really hard to trade. The older guys with big contracts, sure, it'd make all kinds of sense to move them, but do other teams want them that bad? That's the problem.
Now I'm going to have to talk with my team of financial analysts and go, oh no, I think maybe Martin and Doug make me question my play. But I thought you were going to set it at 3.5, and that was going to put me to the test. When you went 2.5, I had to get the money in right away before the market moved. We make market moves, Stiefel.
It's all right. Moved up to 3.5 now.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Is that because the Tam Avenue Capital Partners allocation?
That's right. Yeah.
And this was
the whales are coming in.
Was this number of trades or number of players
traded?
Players.
Yeah.
All right, well, it's booked. We're all in there. Tim's on
What
the
are you
over.
on papers? Because what you say regarding hockey is...
I guess I'll go under.
Yes.
I don't know. I love betting under.
Now I feel good.
Yeah.
Just moved up to 4.5.
Right, and that's my expert opinion.
Tim, you are so wise once again with your analysis. And speaking of that Bolduc trade, he was a healthy scratch last week. He's on the outs up in Montreal. That's from Lady Sonia's Teacup. You know who's on the outs in Canada? Martin, you're on it.
Got to be Chief.
Yeah. I mean, the return for Toronto, and they were outshot in the first period after a few weeks off, and obviously they had multiple players in the Olympics, including Austin Matthews. They were outshot 16-2 in the first period back. Boos all over the building, and at this point, it's just unfortunately a matter of time for one of the most beloved coaches we've seen in St. Louis in the 21st century.
Yeah. Sitting in last place at the moment in their division. Didn't see that coming.
Plus, he took a weight to the skull, split his head open.
Yeah.
It's been kind of a tough year.
Yeah. I mean, you'd rather finish in last and take a weight to the skull.
Yes. Ooh.
If you could pick.
Ooh. Something about Toronto, I don't know. Why can't that team get over the hump, Doug? Many a coach have tried.
Yeah. And they haven't won the cup since, what, the 60s? I think it was Dave Keon and that group was in the 60s, I think.
The non-ling is giving us the official word, so I guess I can double my bankroll right now because the non-ling has let us know what's going to happen. Falk, Shen, and then one of Thomas or Kyrou. Plus, there'll be guys added to these deals to make them work. That is from the non-ling. And that's the official word, just like Jugs in D.C. on George Washington, -3.5 against Dayton, and me on Illinois with the alt line -3.5 against Michigan. If you rewatch the game, they did cover that.
Yeah. You just got to look close.
Thank you. Chris Kerber's going to join us coming up on the PolosPlus.com dossier. We'll get his thoughts as the Blues win yesterday in Minnesota, upsetting fans who want to see them continue to lose. They did take care of that business on Saturday against the Devils. And then Jack Hughes was able to make it from St. Louis, flew out of Cahokia, and was on the set, on the stage at Saturday Night Live after playing in St. Louis and getting out of here, I think, at about 7:15. You guys see that story? Did you see him on Saturday Night Live?
Mm-hmm. Somebody broke down the travel
Michael
logistics.
Russo on The Athletic. Yeah, he flew with the owners of the Devils and his brother, and then was on the monologue at Saturday Night Live. And I'm sitting there and got back home after going to the Billiken game and, of course, closing down Lorenzini's. What else are you going to do on a Saturday? And I'm sitting there watching Saturday Night Live with my wife on whatever the hell, YouTube TV. It wouldn't be called DVR, though, would it, Jackson?
Just like on demand, essentially.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I go, Jack Hughes was in St. Louis like 2.5 hours ago. What the hell's... Doug, that's the magic of air travel.
Sure.
He flew into Jackson's airport, Teterboro, then took a helicopter from Teterboro to a pier in Midtown, and then took a car service over to, is it 30 Rock Papers?
Yeah, 30 Rockefeller Center.
And then he's there an hour before the show starts, going over his lines, and he's out there with his brother, and then out there with 2 of the women's gold medal team, and sitting there doing a little sketch and bit on Saturday Night Live.
Yep.
After coming here and getting himself an assist in the Devils win.
Connor Story, the host, he of Heated Rivalry, a hockey show.
And I had a couple of people text me. They said they didn't do anything with Hughes on Saturday. And my understanding is the NHL told all the teams, do one Olympic-type celebration before and after. They didn't want multiple. And I guess Hughes had gotten the Pittsburgh greeting. They said they didn't need each team delaying it. So they kind of took the decision away from each of the teams. I guess they showed him on the Jumbotron and people started cheering.
God bless. There you go.
But no,
I guess it
no
would-
Caruso cinema.
It could help your travel plans if you're on one of those private jets that can go 600 miles an hour, too. That'll get you there pretty quick.
But still, New York City, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good logistics.
You love logistics.
I do.
I want to say sorry to the listeners and Tim and Jackson and Tim. That was a bad pick. We are going to take some time away and recalibrate. Sorry again, Tim. That's from Jugs in D.C., Doug, who cost us money on Friday night. When I cost the listeners money on Friday night, everybody lost money on Friday night. But again, we want to thank Shane Lowry for laying the sod over his tee shot on 16 and 17.
I saw him chunk one, like a pitch shot that he just chunked, and then started to furiously slam his club into the ground.
What are you trying to say? Irish people have short tempers?
Well, he's always complaining about the courses he's playing, it seems. He's never a fan of the layout. What's the common denominator is what I ask.
Maybe he should be a college basketball coach.
He's certainly, he's it seems like he's trying out to be coach UCLA.
Chris Kerber going to join us coming up next here on the program. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It's a Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you, Chris Kerber next. Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock. And don't forget to email in The Morning After at InsideSTL.com for day 1 of the Design Air Heating and Cooling competition for this email of the month, in which someone will win a $5,000 garage door prize, brand new, from Schaefer Door Company. This is 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.
Hey, spring is almost here, March 2nd, so we're just 18 days away from the official start of spring, and here's some tips courtesy of Classic Air Care. Number one, change the air filter to let your system breathe and operate efficiently as possible. If you haven't done that in quite a while, make sure you do it. If you're like me, I take a Sharpie, I put the date on it that I put it in there. That way when I go to check it, I know what date that it was put in. Make sure the PVC pipe near your furnace, which is the condenser line, that's clean and clear. Make sure there are no leaves or debris that have built up around your outside unit. So get outside. Make sure that nothing has been built up. If you didn't rake the leaves or something like that in the fall, make sure that no leaves are around the unit. Now, a professional tune-up by Classic Air Care, we also recommend that a lot. Now, still on the offer side, you still get a free water heater with a full system install if you need it. So Classic Air Care has you covered. Follow those tips. It's going to help you avoid costly repairs, but also make sure that Classic Air Care gets out there, does a tune-up, and that's going to make that system last a lot longer than it normally would. It's Classic Air Care. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Sam McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And it is the first week of a month, which means little Jackie Papers will politely, if you ask, change your name or give you a name in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. If you have a name saved in the text inbox, it increases your chances of being read by 83%. According to the people at Gallup, 83%.
Is that right?
Yeah. So get yourself a name in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646 on the polosplus.com dossier. Chris Kerber going to join us here in a matter of seconds. Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock. And then the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, day one of the email of the month, the morning after at InsideSTL.com with that Schaefer Door Company garage door prize. $5,000 value. Day one. Today here at 9:45. Joining us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines for his traditional Monday morning hit on TMA, Chris Kerber with us. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, Tim. How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you doing, man?
Doing good.
Quick
Doing good. We came straight home after the game last night, so one quick day at home before really launching a road month of March.
The win yesterday, the Blues getting a late goal, and then Joel Hofer with an incredible save. My goodness, on former Blue Vladimir Tarasenko. Doug, how old do you think Vladimir Tarasenko is?
He's probably 35.
34.
Is he 34?
And had a glorious opportunity there at the end. Thomas with the empty netter. And, you know, the focal point for many fans is what's going to take place this week with the trade deadline, and that's what we were just talking about in the previous segment. When this is going on, this also creates some tension, I would imagine, for players. But at the same time, for the Blues, most of the players who are being discussed are in a position where they have some control over it. How do you see a week like this for the Blues?
Yeah, listen, I think you're right. First off, I mean, it could be the Colorado Avalanche. It could be the St. Louis Blues, two teams on two different ends of the spectrum right now. This is a really tense week for everybody. Teammates are going to be moved. The way I've tried to relate it is, imagine, because just about everybody, except Oscar Sundqvist and a couple of the guys, just about everybody has another year or more of term on their contract with the Blues. Just imagine sitting at, looking at your wife. You've got maybe a lot of these guys have young families right now, and you're going, okay, there's 31 possible teams that we could be dealt to possibly in the NHL, or we could stay here. And what are 15 that you don't want to go to? That's what we're going to tell the team, right? And then the other 15, you could be packing up for a year and a half. And so it is a really intense week, especially when you have had a season like the St. Louis Blues have had. So there's the personal side of it for these guys. You're right, though, Tim. Like, just about, for the most part, a lot of the key guys that teams are interested in have no trade clauses to some degree. Modified meaning maybe it could be 10 or 15 teams they have to give that they can or can't be traded to, depending on the wording of the contract. And then some, like Thomas, Kyrou, Perico, have full no movement clauses, which means, or no trade clauses, which means you can't trade them to any team, without permission. And look, we saw Vladimir Tarasenko request a trade and then be able to kind of help dictate where he was going to. We've seen both Torrey Krug and Braden Shen over the last few years nix potential trades. So it does happen. I think it could happen again here. And I don't really have any insight yet on what's imminent, but it is an intense week. And that, the no trade, no movement clauses have really become quite an interesting dynamic, in the world of trades and free agency.
When it comes to players saying no to a trade, exercising that no trade clause, are there certain cities, certain coaches that a lot of guys don't want to play for, or places where they just don't want to go?
Yeah, I mean that really is it. Cam Fowler told me when the Blues acquired him that he had a clause in his contract that basically he could give the Anaheim Ducks a 4-team trade list. I mean, you can only trade me to these 4 teams. Now, sometimes what players might do is they'll look at the scenario and play a little game of chess. It might not even be teams they're worried about, but it's going to be they might put 4 teams that they know is no chance they're going to acquire them, right? And then essentially it works like a no trade clause for the rest of them. And in the case of Cam Fowler, the St. Louis Blues were not one of his 4 teams, but he knew that they were kind of looking after him a little bit. He reached out to Justin Falk and some other guys, that he knew, found out what the coach was like, found out what the city was like. Is it a place for family? That kind of stuff. And that made him really comfortable. He decided, let's take a chance. And, obviously he re-signs here. So, yeah, who the coach is, where it is, where their city is, things along those kind of lines. The Blues, Chris Pronger didn't have one of those. They traded him to Edmonton, right? And he got Edmonton to the Stanley Cup final, but he said, I'm not living in Edmonton anymore. Basically forced a trade, got himself to Anaheim where he went on to win the Cup. So, yeah, there's a lot of those things that play into it. And I think in some fairness for the players, I think it's reasonable that they have some protection like that. Or I guess we should say that they've earned it.
Chris, without naming the names, what we put in, I just threw an over-under how many players get traded at 2.5, and the consensus seems to be, well, it's going to be over that. Do you have a sense of a number of what number you think will get traded?
Yeah, I do think it's a great line first off, and then I think that number is 3 or 4. Because it's not like for example, and again, I have not talked to Doug Armstrong, Alexander Steen, so when I'm talking names, I'm throwing hypotheticals out there. But to me, even just watching Oscar Sundqvist again last night, he's on the last year of his deal. Like I think Oscar Sundqvist could be a huge help for somebody, that is on a playoff run, and the salary and everything is perfect. So, I think you got to also move outside the quote-unquote big names. I think obviously there's a lot of teams looking for D, so I think there clearly has to be some fire on the Justin Falk front. And if those 2 move, that's 2. And then I still think that there's at least one more core move that the St. Louis Blues at least attempt to make, to continue to move this process forward. So the challenge is, guys, to be honest with you, is this is one of those years where everybody was off in so many ways this year, and everybody, the St. Louis Blues team. So that being the case, it's a different kind of difficulty evaluation. Now, if you put it with, say, the start that the team had last year, then before Jim Montgomery, and some of the inconsistencies there, and then if they look at the individual performances of players, you might find larger trends that go over, more of an entire year. But like we saw last night, how Robert Thomas can impact the game. Right? We saw how Pavel Buchnevich with Robert Thomas can impact the game. So these are not easy decisions. And honestly, it's the most intriguing trade deadline for me because if the Blues, this is a trade line that continues to spring you forward. If you just look at this process as this rebuild as a whole, right? Or it can almost reset the retool a little bit and pull you back a year or 2. And I don't know which direction this is going to go. I hope it's obviously the former rather than the latter.
Do you think the Blues have any untouchables? Is anybody on the table at this point, or would they say no way to Snuggerud and Dvorsky and guys like that?
Yeah, I do think they have untouchables. I do think a Snuggerud, a Dvorsky, to me, a Broberg, in that sense, a Holloway. I think all those guys, fit in that mold, a Hofer, and I got to think, unless they flipped them, I don't know that I put Mayu in there, but the young core, I think they are. And look, I think the only reason that you're hearing names of Kyrou and Thomas, and those guys in the rumors and in the bantering about is because they've got good contracts that are reasonable for their point production that they can put up, very reasonable actually, and they're going to become favorable contracts over the next few years as the actual cash pay drops on them, even though the AAV stays the same. And then with those guys, when somebody says we're open for business, you're calling on everybody. And it doesn't mean you're going to trade. Doug Armstrong and Alex Steen could be sitting here saying, hey, look, we're going to, these guys were our core. We're going to continue to build and stick to our plan, but I do think that you have to look at every option. Maybe somebody comes up and there is an Eric Johnson kind of trade. There is a Ryan O'Reilly, Tage Thompson kind of trade. There is something to it. And I go back, guys, I go back to this, all the time. Like you gotta give something to get something, and eventually teams like Utah, Anaheim, those kind of teams, as far as thinking maybe Boston at this point, but it's hard to see where they're at. But the reality of it is those teams have to finally take the prospects they've amassed by being bad for 10 years and get better players to move them ahead quickly. And I think the Blues have some of those kind of players that at least make some phone calls worthwhile.
Now, if you try to trade some of the veterans, thinking Shen and Falk, who make pretty good salaries, how difficult is that to send that to another team and have that other team be able to get them under the salary cap?
Yeah, that's the other challenge. So capwages.com is a really good website. It kind of took over from Cap Friendly. Is it 100% accurate? No, but it's dang close. So from a fan standpoint, you can look at what any player is making, that kind of thing. You can see where teams rank and, how much cap space they have. And so, if you are up against the cap and you're acquiring a player whose, average value is $6 million, well, you've probably got to move that, that prorated amount off your roster too. So the cap makes it really hard, and they've made some other changes too. Teams can obviously retain salary, but you can only retain the salaries of up to 3 players. And so there's a couple teams. I think Edmonton may be in a situation like that where they could be hard for them. And then the other thing that we saw over the last number of years was you'd see a third team kind of come into the mix. Like I think it was Minnesota that was in the mix in the Ryan O'Reilly trade with Toronto, right? You can't do that anymore. Right? A player, you have to have a player on your roster for a certain number of days before you can retain portions of the salary. So they've made those deals kind of harder. So, yeah, the metrics and the math sometimes also play a really big role in all this. So you're right. Somebody that has $3 million in cap space, if they want to acquire Robert Thomas, they've got to clear some dollars to be able to afford it if the Blues, didn't retain salary. And honestly, I can't see the Blues being willing to retain salary on most of those big names.
Any level of surprise hearing the Robert Thomas talk so prominent over the weekend? I think we'd always heard Kyrou's name. We always talked about Binnington and Shen and Falk, and it seems like now Thomas is front and center. Did that surprise you at all?
No, it actually didn't, because I think if I'm a team, and the Blues, are saying, hey, come kick the tires, or we'll kick the tires on anything, I think you're at least going to make the call and say, what's it take? What's it going to take? If you're the LA Kings, I'll tell you what. Now, I'm more fascinated because you see deals inside divisions now with some of the stuff. But like the Minnesota Wild, that looking at that roster, as good as they are, to me, they could use it. If they could find a centerman that could play, number 2 or number 1 center, and then a defenseman. There are teams out there that'll do it, and so I think you've got to at least kick the tires. I'm not at all surprised by it. The Blues have just been inconsistent enough, Martin, over the last few years that I think you got to look at everything, and that goes back to what Tim asked at the very beginning. But that makes for a really intense week, and a lot of guys walking on eggshells this week.
Chris Kerber with us here on TMA. It is trade deadline week, and it comes your way Friday at 2 p.m. An intense week, certainly, for members of the Blues. The fan base monitoring it very closely as well. Chris Kerber on throughout the week here on 101 ESPN, and the Blues taking on Kraken in Seattle, and then off to San Jose for a game Friday, the night of the deadline. Kerbs, always appreciate the time and the analysis. Thank you so much, sir. Safe travels.
All right, guys. Have an awesome week. Talk to you next week.
Thank you. That's Chris Kerber with us here on TMA 101 ESPN. Don't forget, coming up at 9:45, Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The prize for the emailer of the month, $5,000 garage door or doors, brand new from Schaefer Door Company. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is the address to send them to. Chairman Kurt filters them. We read them at 9:45, and then we vote and announce the winner at 10:55 before handing it over to BK and Ferrario. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Martin, could you tell us about the great Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling?
In fact, I can't. That's a great question, Tim. I can't tell you about it. I can't. It really was a
The great question was, can you tell us about it?
You wouldn't have the balls to ask that question.
That's a great question. I'd be happy to talk about Design Air, somebody that we've known on this show for a long time, but also doing business. This past fall, needed a new furnace. Team comes out, starts talking about what the different options are and how the technology has changed over the years. They kind of walk you through all of that. Then you make the decision. And then the installation itself, the team comes in. They were great. Doug always says, were they handsome? Were they rugged?
You got to settle down, man.
It's so awkward, but they just
Some
did a
are
great,
dashing.
just did a great job installing it, explaining it, and it's unbelievable how well it works. The home has never been so warm. We're saying it works too well, Doug. It gets hot.
Sometimes. Yeah.
Probably because the kids are turning up real high and it costs money. It's a whole different topic. But designairservice.com is the website you go to year-round for heating and cooling needs. Seth and his team, as we've been telling you, do a great job from start to finish. You can count on them to be around for years to come, more than a century now. This family has been doing this a long time. Fourth generation, family-owned and operated St. Louis-based company. What more do you need to know? Find them online at designairservice.com.
Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You got to get in there early the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Get those emails in so Chairman Kurt has a chance to filter for 9:45 on your Polos Plus dossier. Colonel's going to be with us at 9 o'clock as Missouri is mounting a charge here. They did a Gallup poll, Doug, on The Athletic regarding a variety of questions that fans answered. 12,000 plus fans gave answers to these questions regarding the state of the game and some of the potential moves that could take place following this season with the collective bargaining agreement. We're going to have that for you coming up on the Polos Plus dossier. You can talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Doug gets a bonus if we get to 6,700 subscribers in the YouTube channel.
I get a nice little chunk of gold bullion.
That's what it is, actually. You're being very transparent with your arrangement. 307 friends are in there talking it over right now, including 2 words for you, and Doty's rocking chair. They're in there and they're talking to each other. It's the TMA STL YouTube channel. Subscribe to it, and you can watch the program and talk it over with other listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 2.6 grams of calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates, 95 calories. It's Michelob Ultra, only worth it if you enjoy it. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, this is Clocks, Coldplay, Chris Martin. He got
The scientist?
It's the scientist.
Scientist.
Yeah.
He got hair transplant.
It's his birthday today.
And he turns 50. 45. 50. 45.
Doug?
47.
Ooh. He's probably younger than you think. He was really young. They got big in, about 01, 2000?
Was that yellow, Doug? Yellow? Is that
I don't know what color.
That came out in 2000 for reference.
Love that. Don't Panic on that Garden State album. 2000, he's 25. He's 20, 51.
Today is Chris Martin's 49th birthday.
Oh, is that right? And he got the hair transplant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And he was married to Gwyneth Paltrow, and the kid's name is Apple?
That's correct.
I
Apple's
don't
like
know.
25 now.
Would you go to Turkey for that hair transplant?
That's where a lot of people go.
I know. That seems kind of dangerous, though, doesn't it?
Why?
Well, it's like right next to a lot of trouble in the Middle East, and it's a foreign country. You're dealing with doctors who may not speak English, and
I personally wouldn't do it, but I know of people. I've had friends who've done it. And it's a kind of a business trip kind of atmosphere. You're there for like 2 days, and then you leave.
If you get jammed up, can't get out of Turkey. To Doug's point, families say, "What happened to Dad?" Well, he was over there getting his hair worked on.
I think it's
and
a legitimate, like a big draw for tourism and dollars coming into the country.
Right. So they tried to go watching guys getting hair transplants?
Well,
I didn't even know about that.
I don't know if there's
These are things I'm out of touch with.
That's
without
really
being on social
interesting
media.
to see him poking around up there.
But there is.
You're saying they take care of those people because
they
it's
try their
commerce.
hardest to roll out the red carpet in a way.
Right.
Some of my favorite actresses from the San Fernando Valley like to get BBLs behind dumpsters in Miami. So theoretically, they are also in the United States getting their procedures.
Behind dumpsters?
Yeah. Yeah, heads up if you're in an alley in Miami.
Do they take care of them as well since it's commerce?
What's sterile?
We rewatched Argo the other night with the whole Iranian
John
situation.
Goodman.
God, that's such a good movie.
It is a good flick.
You are down on it though, winning.
Not true.
You didn't like the fact that it won Best
Jackson
Picture.
always protests the Best Picture.
Not always.
It's elitism is what it is.
No, I like Argo.
I know better than you do. You're meat and potatoes.
You only like commercial hits.
So good.
No, I like Argo.
Alan Arkin, just outstanding.
Rest in peace. Rest in power, King.
Rest in power, King.
Like
the fact that it's a true story is what just blows me away. That they came up with a ruse to get these 6 Americans out, and they had to pretend to be shooting a crappy movie. I just love that.
I've always said that Ben Affleck, I think, is a better director than he is.
But he was good in that. You know what? My wife and I are not big fans of him as an actor, but I think in that one, I'm going to make an exception. That was a great movie.
313 people are hanging out right now in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. You can go in there as well. Doug gets gold bullion.
Gold bullion. I just like saying the word bullion.
If we get to 6,700 subscribers this week, TMA STL YouTube channel. Colonel's going to be with us coming up at 9 o'clock. Chris Kerber with us on the trade deadline in the previous segment. Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of our 8 o'clock hour here on the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt filtering your phone calls and your emails. 314-974-0101. That's how you can call in and you can email in for this huge Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month prize courtesy of Schaefer Door Company. If your company wants to give away a big prize for the month of April and then May and then June and so on and so forth, T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com and we will set you up with that. Doug, did you see the Gallup poll on The Athletic regarding the upcoming Major League Baseball season?
No, I didn't.
This is the handiwork of The Athletic, and they had 14,500 readers participated in their annual MLB fan survey. And now, gentlemen, I will survey you. Be prepared.
Okay.
Which of the following best describes your feelings about the current overall state of Major League Baseball? Doug Vaughn, you have these choices.
Okay.
Enthusiastic, hopeful, indifferent, disappointed, upset.
Hopeful.
Martin.
Was this about my team or baseball in general? I'm sorry.
The current overall state of Major
game.
League
So
Baseball.
it's not just like a Cardinal fan.
Yeah.
Sure, hopeful, Doug. Why not?
Okay, yeah.
I'm just hoping they get this.
Sure.
Little Jackie Papers loved that rascal Puff.
Somewhere in between hopeful and indifferent, so I'll go hopeful.
I will put myself in the hopeful category. If we're in the same set of rules with the same set of circumstances this time next year, which I would be shocked by, I would be in the upset category for the record. How would you rate the job Rob Manfred has done as Major League Baseball's commissioner? Your choices are, it's 1 through 5, 5 being excellent and 1 being poor. And then you can have different degrees, 1 through 5, 5 being excellent, 1 being poor. Doug, one.
I know most people don't like him. I'd say about a 3. 3.
And it's boring, but I'm also going to say 3 because some of the measures to speed up the game, in spite of some of his bad ideas like the golden at bat, the ghost runner, but some of the speeding up has actually helped, I think.
Yeah, that's where
They bring in a lot of money, but I think his PR needs a lot of work. He says a lot of dumb things. But I'm going 2. I changed it.
Oh, did you
Yeah,
really?
just
Okay.
Just as a figurehead.
Yeah, I go 3. The pace of the game has improved exponentially, I think. So that's a big credit to him. But yeah, some of the comments and his brainstorming sometimes feels a little far-fetched. And then the playoff situation, how they have that rolling right now. Not great, but I do like the pace.
I would go with 1. I loathe what they have done with the postseason. I loathe the designated hitter no longer being in the National League. And I do not think he is a strong face for the game of baseball. So that is where I am. I also have to say that 2 of the first things that I cited, I know were not necessarily his doing. But I also don't like that he continues to talk about expanding the playoffs. And I think that just, you're really watering down a 162-game regular season. The Dodgers are back-to-back champs. Are they good or bad for baseball? Good, bad, no opinion. Those are your choices, Doug.
I think the fact that they're champs isn't the most important thing because they came within an inch of not being the champs, and then that changes the equation completely. But the fact that they're a dominating team and can grossly overpay in some cases, players that can't go to other teams, and it affects the parity of the league. So I'd say, what are the choices? How was the question worded again?
Good for baseball, bad for baseball, no opinion.
I think it's bad for baseball.
Matt.
Big brand winning, kind of probably good internationally.
Wow, these questions are tough.
I think it's really bad for all the teams that have no chance because of them.
Disparity. Oh, Doug made me say it bad.
Okay.
I have no opinion because I think I don't think it's like a brand new thing that there's teams that spend way more money than everybody else.
Do you want to do your local college basketball rankings where you had Missouri and SLU tied last time? No
Still
opinion,
tied.
boy.
Still tied.
This segment brought to you by Quiche, Lorraine Quiche.
It's my honest opinion.
I call. The Dodgers are back-to-back champs. Are they good or bad for baseball? This is kind of like when Time Magazine puts a villain on the front page. I'd say in that sense, they're good. And furthermore, I think the Tucker signing was the last straw for what I believe will be a forceful change to the game's economics this offseason. At the very least, my hope. So I would say in a roundabout way, they are good for baseball because I believe their existence will lead to a change that will be good for baseball. Is betting on baseball a regular part of your fan experience? Yes or no?
No, for me.
No.
Is it part of my experience? Yes.
Yes,
I like
it is
betting
as
on
well.
baseball.
For the record, only 6.5% of the voters said it is a part of theirs. And by the way, 52% said the Dodgers are bad for baseball. I would have thought that would have been much higher.
Yeah, I thought so too.
But 16% had no opinion. Thanks for signing up for the poll.
Took a poll and had no opinion.
With the prevalence of gambling in baseball, are you worried about the integrity of the game? Yes, no, or no opinion?
Yes.
No.
We've already seen it.
But not on a wide scale. There's always going to be...
That we know of yet.
I'll say no.
I would also say no. This is not... Gambling on sports is not a new thing.
Yeah, this is, from my standpoint, a social conservative red meat topic. I don't believe DraftKings was around or FanDuel was around during the Black Sox or Pete Rose. It's been around. It just gets people worked up, and engagement farming is our currency. But it is working, so tip of the cap. 77% said yes to their concern on gambling in Major League Baseball being a concern for them. So there you go. Now, Doug, they also asked fans about the upcoming season, World Series winner, potential expansion cities, and more. Which Major League Baseball team improved the most this offseason? And you can pick any of the 30, Dirty. Nelly at the game right behind the basket on Saturday.
Yeah, I saw that. Which improved the most?
One team won by a lot. That's my hint.
I guess it's the Dodgers again.
Well, I'm going to guess the Baltimore Orioles.
Madden.
Yeah, I'll go Orioles.
The Orioles finished in second. The Dodgers got 34% of the vote. Cardinals did not receive votes.
That's because the Dodgers are bad for baseball. I take it back. They're bad.
Which 2025 non-playoff team are you most certain will make the playoffs in 2026? And now you have to think of who made the playoffs because everybody does now.
Yeah.
I don't think the O's did, so I'm going to remain with the Orioles.
They were a last-place team last year.
Yeah.
17% of the votes went to the Orioles. They finished in third.
Okay. I'll say maybe the Braves.
The Braves are in second. They finished with 22% of the vote.
Okay.
Pirates? No.
I actually like the Pirates.
I kind of think
to
they're
play.
sneaky.
I do too.
Decent.
If they didn't have the name the Pirates, I think more people would be on them. The Pirates got some votes. They finished in sixth place. The Mets got 34% of the votes, and I like that play as well. Which team will win the World Series in 2026?
Dodgers.
Nice.
Ryan in Breezy Point. What's up, Ryan?
Martin, you're on Dodgers? Or are you going to go with
Now, do I have to guess what people guessed, or am I just throwing my
You can throw your
bullet?
play out.
But I'm assuming people picked the Dodgers.
Yeah, 60%.
So that's not the question. Okay. Right now, who's winning the World Series? So the question, Jackson, was who do I think will be baseball's best team after taking part in the October extravaganza?
I think one more stretch should do it.
I just don't want to pick the
one
Dodgers.
more buying time.
I'm trying not to take the Dodgers.
Chairman Kurt is exhausted by you behind you. I just want you to know that.
That's it. Mets for fun.
Look at you, Steve Cohen.
I'll take the Dodgers.
I have to do the Dodgers as well.
I know.
Which team are you most confident will not win a World Series before 2035? You don't even have to do this year.
2035.
Colorado Rockies.
Rockies, yeah.
I'll go Marlins.
Marlins did get 6% of the vote. The Rockies at 37% of the vote. Are you in favor of Major League Baseball expanding to 32 teams?
Sure.
Yeah, I really don't care.
18% had no opinion.
Yeah.
Nashville board.
I don't think it would
Lake.
affect. I've got a team. As long as my team stays here, I'm fine. If they want to add more, subtract one, I don't care.
I'd just be
as
interested.
long as my team is still here.
New uniforms. I'd be excited to see
You like
what
new uniforms?
I'd like to see what the new uniforms, new ball cap look like. Yeah, count me in on it.
Doug's pissed when you say ball cap.
You don't have to say ball because that's like what Leave It to Beaver would say. Hey, Wally, where's my ball cap?
Yeah.
Stop it.
And my mitt.
I have a friend named Lumpy.
He did. Is that Frank Bank?
It was Lumpy
Frank
Rutherford.
Bank.
Lumpy Rutherford.
Like Tom Hanks.
I could see that being like a rapper's name soon.
Oh, 100%.
I wonder, can you throw that part of this collective bargaining? I wonder if you can dangle out there. We're going to add 2 teams. There's going to be more jobs. Probably not something you can throw into that conversation.
Well,
But
I think that's live.
But if you say we're about to expand, we're going to have more opportunity for more players.
I think it makes all the sense in the world.
Build the game to 2 more markets.
It's a CBA thing, yeah. Martin, are you in favor?
Yes, I'm fine with that.
And then they ask what cities you would most like to see get a new franchise. You get 2 choices, boys.
I'll take Nashville.
Okay.
And I got to pick another one now? Did you say I get to pick another one now?
Have fun with this one. Don't give an easy answer. Give a fun one.
How about Austin?
Austin finished in 5th. Austin finished in 5th.
Yeah.
Martin.
I think Nashville would be fun, proximity to St. Louis, but then I'll go Salt Lake, kind of an emerging.
Salt Lake finished in 3rd.
Okay.
And then little Jackie Papers, who loved that Rascal Puff.
I like Nashville, and I'm trying to think outside the box for this one. Let's get back to Montreal. Let's get another Canadian team in there. Let's go.
Montreal did get some write-in vote options. They were not listed as an option. They were the top write-in vote for the record. The winner, Nashville. In second place, Portland.
Yeah. I don't know why
Third, Salt
Portland
Lake
doesn't
City.
feel like a major league. I know they have the Trailblazers.
They might not. Remember that clip we played last week where the guy says they're going to move?
It's like a tough spot for these leagues. It's like they either want more of a foothold in the Pacific Northwest or they just want to completely abandon it. They don't know what to do.
It's a tough spot for players, too.
Right.
But if they do realign and they make it more geocentric, then perhaps it would benefit if they really did focus on having those teams all on that corridor along the Pacific. So Nashville and Portland. Nashville got 73% of the vote. By the way, there are no questions regarding the postseason, which I was really... There is a question regarding an in-season tournament. Should MLB adopt an in-season tournament? Yes or no opinion, Doug?
No.
Martin?
No.
Jackson?
You know where I'm at. I'm on board with it.
86% said no. 7% said yes. No opinion on 7%. Interest in the World Baseball Classic, very interested at 19%, not interested 17%. And then for the most part, everybody was just kind of middle of the road. That, of course, is underway.
Yeah.
I might watch it in a championship game. Otherwise, I would fall in the not interested category. Colonel's going to join us coming up here. He's brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. As we head into the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour, Mark online at evergreen-ws.com. The Colonel is now covering a red-hot college basketball team as they beat the hell out of Mississippi State. They got Oklahoma coming up this week in Norman, and then they host John Calipari in Arkansas on Saturday in Columbia, and then it's off to the SEC tournament where they could very well be a top 4 team in the SEC. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
We talk a lot about the reduced prices at Schnucks, also the rewards program where you get money back for shopping at Schnucks, but there's also other elements going on there like the bistro case when it gets a little annoying trying to figure out what to cook for dinner. You have a busy day, a little stressed out, a little tired from all the after-school activities. How about some food that is prepared for you that's healthy and tastes good? Schnucks created the new bistro case full of unique restaurant-inspired dishes, including entrees like blackened salmon, barbecue pulled pork, garlic grilled chicken, flavorful items that are healthy, tasty, and ready to go. Also find flavorful sides like the Mediterranean green beans, sesame noodle salad, all of it right there in the bistro case. Even make it a meal by choosing the new Pick 3 plate, including your choice of any entree and those 2 sides. It's great any time of the day, whether you need a quick lunch or a big dinner. Stop by Schnucks, check out the bistro case, let them do the cooking for you. It's tough during the week with the kids in school and all the sports running around. Stop by Schnucks. Stop by the bistro case. It is in the Schnucks deli department. Ask a teammate for a sample today. Schnucks in your neighborhood.
This is Jackson with the SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. We got some college basketball action here on 101 ESPN this evening with Duke taking on NC State. That's going to be a 5:30 pregame, 6 p.m. tip-off right here on 101 ESPN. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct.
Which I live in, which is called service. It is called service. Surrey is where I live. Surrey is where I live.
What's it going to sound like at the Enterprise Center on Friday night, March 21st, when the Tigers take the floor to take on the Billikens in downtown St. Louis? Hello again, everybody. You are looking live at the gateway to the West, which is the gateway to the best
football team in America. Was that the end of the sentence?
Correct.
Okay.
There you go. Joining us right now to give us his perspective, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our pleasure to welcome the Callier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN, the Colonel Gabriel P. DeArmond. Morning, Colonel.
What's up, guys?
Are you pissed you didn't drive to Starkville?
No, I was comfortable with the decision.
It looks like many people in the area of Starkville didn't drive to Starkville.
Yeah, there were tens of fans at that game.
Listed as 7,500 in the box score. We just looked it up.
There's no chance. I maybe closer to 75 than to 75.
Well, the dozens of people that were there saw a Missouri team that continues to look a little bit better every time they take the court.
Yeah, that was a show in the first half. 31-point lead, I think, and at one point you almost kind of start. I was watching the game with my parents, and my mom said, I kind of feel bad for the Mississippi State guys. I said, I don't know, man. I've covered a lot of bad basketball. I don't feel that bad for them.
Let's talk about the big picture here, because what has taken place, and I saw you writing about it, and I had a buddy of mine texting me when we were talking about this in our 7 o'clock hour. Dennis Gates catches a lot of hell, and this isn't going to be like, oh, they beat Mississippi State, so let's do some revisionist history here. It is a bigger picture observation. There have been some developments over the last month that even if you're a critic of his, I don't know how you couldn't credit him for. What's going on with T.O. Barrett in a necessity spot there with Ant Robinson having the year that he was having at the outset. Now he's risen his game a little bit, is of note. And then in addition, what's going on with the 7'5" Trent Burns? I mean, that's gone from a liability to a potential asset. I mean, this is a hell of a situation going on. And it looked like they probably weren't going to be a tournament team, and now it looks like it's all but assured that they're a tournament team. Again, I don't want to sit here and go, okay, this guy's coach of the year or anything like that. I do think, though, when somebody makes progress and a team makes progress, that you have to call it how you see it. And I think that's what's going on here with Gates of Missouri.
Yeah, and I mean, they're better at defense than they've ever been in his 4 years. They're better at rebounding than they've ever been in his 4 years. And I know you can pick out, like, they give up 20 offensive rebounds to Tennessee, and that was oh my gosh, how can this happen? Well, Tennessee had 23 against Alabama with 8 minutes to play. They're the best offensive rebounding team in the country. Sometimes it happens, but if you're going to blame the coach for everything when it goes wrong, then he has to get the credit when it goes right. And I think Dennis Gates' best quality, and it's the one that drives the fans the most nuts. I make a cross-sport reference that a lot of your listeners probably won't get, but I'm a Kansas City Royals fan, and the Ned Yost experience was like fans hated him largely. His guys would be struggling. Even in 2014, when they ended up going to the World Series, they're under 500 after the All-Star break, and people want to fire him, and you wanted Alex Gordon out of town and Mike Moustakas back to the minors, and why can't Eric Hosmer hit home runs and all this stuff. And he was never anything but positive. He said, this guy's going to get it going. This guy's going to be a star. This guy's this. This guy's that. And you hear him say it, and you're like, this guy's delusional. Like, I have eyes. I can watch what's happening. And then a year and a half later, he was right about everything and had a World Series. And, like, guys played for him specifically because he never gave up on them, because he never said a bad thing about them in public, because he took all the bullets for them. And I think Dennis Gates does that. And we judge coaching solely on the 40 minutes or the 60 minutes we see on the court or the field, right? It's just, well, his defense isn't good enough, and he made the wrong substitution here, and he should have called a timeout there, and he should have gone for it on fourth down here. And that's what we judge it on. 90% of coaching is on the other 6 days of the week. Once the game starts, like, the coaches don't win and lose most of the games. That's up to the players and the talent. The coach's job is to get them ready for that day. And look, Dennis Gates has done a heck of a job of it, man. I mean, I gave up. I said 3 weeks ago Trent Burns couldn't play the rest of the year. Maybe next year, maybe down the road, I wasn't writing off his career, but it just wasn't working. And now I really think his emergence is the biggest factor for why this team has started playing better.
And we were talking earlier about, the bragging rights, the absolute low that was, and talking about coaching. They had about a 2-week break before they took on Florida. And it seems to me that, looking back, coaches love practice. I feel like that's probably where he was able to sort of reset things.
Yeah, and look, I skipped his press conference that night. I said, my time is better spent going down and starting our post-game show immediately than listening to Dennis Gates sugarcoat this and tell me that injuries mattered. And the injuries matter. I mean, he was missing 40% of his starting lineup. They're 2 of his 4 best players, and he was right. Now, that doesn't mean he's been right about everything. Doesn't mean he'll be right about everything going forward. But absolutely, at this point, if you are anti-Dennis Gates, or if you are one of these people that's saying, well, sure, but let's see. I mean, he still has to get to the Sweet 16, or I don't care. Then you just want to dislike him, and that's your prerogative. But just be honest about what it is.
In this current era where personnel changes wildly year to year, you got almost an entirely different team from one year to the next. Sometimes, I suppose it's also understandable that a team wouldn't come together till late in the season.
Yeah, it is. It's also, everybody kind of deals with that. So I don't know how much that matters team to team. But I do know this. I was talking to somebody 2 or 3 weeks ago, and they told me, look, we peaked too early last year, and we knew it. So they adjusted their offseason. They basically moved everything in their offseason back 3 weeks so that they hopefully could peak in mid-March rather than mid-February. I don't know if that will necessarily work. Like, we're at the point in the year where you're just one bad day from none of it mattering. But so far, I mean, Missouri is playing, I think, as well as anybody in the SEC other than Florida. And if you look across the country, Missouri has had as good a 2 weeks relative to, performance on the court and its NCAA tournament status as literally any team in America.
Gabe DeArmond is with us here on TMA. He joins us on Mondays and Fridays. Missouri has a trip to Norman coming up this week, and then they wrap up the regular season at home against Arkansas this weekend, SEC tournament. And, Colonel, you were doing a breakdown on Power Mizzou over the weekend of what it would look like for Missouri to be one of the top 4 teams in the SEC, and that certainly looks like that has a real possibility, if not probability, of happening. How about this analogy, Doug? See if you agree with this, Colonel. See what you think. Mizzou, to me, is like an unfaithful wife. You take her back and love her again after multiple affairs, and you see Illinois and Bama and Auburn and Kansas with her. You love her, and you want to open your heart to her again, but no, the moment you do, she'll bang the pool boy and break your heart again. That's who's the pool boy, you think? Is that like an 11 seed?
I don't know.
Yeah. That was my first question, is who's the pool boy in this?
Like it matters?
Well, I mean, it does a little bit.
Yeah,
maybe
does,
the pool boy ends up being the Butler team that went to the Final Four. You can kind of accept that. He was better than you are.
For heaven's sake. Yeah, like if it's Danny Hurley, you go, okay, I get it. But then
right,
when
if
it's Drake,
Norfolk State that gets run off the court by Florida the next week, well, I'm better than Norfolk State.
Think about the pool boy, Doug.
Look, I'm not thinking about any pool boys. Gosh, I hadn't even thought about it in those terms yet. Maybe I should
Well, now
start.
you will.
Okay,
Yeah,
I guess I will.
Think about it in other terms.
Colonel, what do you think the likelihood is that they finish in the top 4 in the SEC?
I mean, if they go 2-0,
Done.
they're third. It's done. 1-1 is possible. They would need help, and I think it's unlikely. I think at 1-1, they're more likely the 5 seed. 6 is still possible, but I've played around with that simulator all week, and I think at 1-1 they're the 5 seed, and that's what I think will happen. And there's not a big difference between the 4 seed and the 5 seed. The biggest thing I think is that Missouri's not going into this week or into the SEC tournament feeling like we have to get a win to get in. They're in. I don't think 2 losses this week changes that. I don't think a loss in the SEC tournament changes that. It'll change the number beside your name, but you're in. My guess would be 1-1 and the 5 seed. I don't really know which one is necessarily more likely. Like, I think they've been really good at home. They can beat Arkansas at home. Arkansas is a thin team, maybe getting a little bit tired. We'll see. And OU, I mean, that OU game, how big was that miracle win?
Yeah, man.
Now.
Yep.
Especially given what was going on before that.
OU's not really going anywhere, but they've been playing hard, and their record is not representative. I mean, they could easily be an NCAA tournament team. There have to be 4, 5, 6 games that they've blown in the last 3 minutes.
Would you have thought it was even possible for this level of comeback for Mizzou after that Illinois game in December? Did you think, just wait, this team will bounce back in a big way?
Well, yeah, I thought that was clear when I got on the postgame show and said, quit talking about the NCAA tournament. It's dead. There's no chance that.
Yeah. Well, you were concerned about pool boys.
6-12. No, I mean, look, nobody ever can. Like, at some point, all of our jobs went from covering what happened to predicting what's going to happen, and nobody can do that. If we could, we'd all, live in mansions because we'd have made so much money off of Vegas. But all you got to do is raise your hand and say, hey, man, I was wrong. Like, I was wrong about this team. Credit Dennis Gates and credit the guys on it. They've done something I didn't think they could do.
Who do you think's the biggest disappointment? I remember Auburn was a preseason top 25.
Oh, it's Auburn.
By far.
Yeah, I mean, Ole Miss is in the conversation, but it's Auburn. And more than that, to me, if I'm an Auburn fan, it's Bruce Pearl. Because he took this. I mean, he's the best coach in Auburn history. He took them to heights they have never reached before. And then he clearly orchestrated his departure so that Auburn had no choice but to give his son the job. And his son's done a bad job. Like, objectively, he has done a poor job with that team. And, assuming that he does, I mean, I guess Stephen Pearl will be back. I think they signed him to a 5-year deal. I don't think he's going to get fired. But if he doesn't, turn this around and get it going in 2 or 3 years, like, Bruce Pearl's legacy at Auburn just isn't what it was going to be.
Yeah, I think there's a fair observation to be made there based on how things could turn out here over the next few weeks. Auburn still in the mix to make the NCAA tournament. But man, that's been a rough one, especially when you look at the record, albeit with a difficult schedule. I got this text here, Colonel, a question from a listener. Tim, can you ask Gabe if Mizzou's season is now the norm due to NIL? In other words, teams don't take shape until after January 1st. Do you think there's something to it? We've certainly seen a major progression on the part of the defending national champions, albeit with a different roster. And now we've seen Missouri. It wasn't necessarily January 1st, but in the month of February. What do you think on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've always seen teams. I mean, every year there's somebody who on February 1st you don't know, and all of a sudden on March 1st you're going, oh, hey, they had a really good month they're in. So it's possible, kind of like what Doug was saying about the portal and all that. It's probably more volatile than it's been before, but I think this has always happened in college basketball. I mean, the 94 Missouri team that went unbeaten in the Big Eight lost by 52 at Arkansas and almost lost at home to, it was somebody really bad. It was Jackson State or somebody like that, Mercer, something like that. I mean, almost got beat at home, needed to survive a last-second shot to win that game. And then, kind of everything just clicked in the bragging rights overtime game, and they didn't lose again until the Big 8 tournament that year. So I think, it's always happened. I haven't seen it enough to necessarily say it's a rule quite yet.
Yeah, it's hard for me to figure out much of anything since we're now worried about pool boy teams hitting on your wife. I didn't even put that into the equation before today.
Maybe you need to, brother.
Okay.
Maybe you need to.
I wasn't prepared.
Yeah, it's high time. Colonel, you break it down in your 10 things on Monday morning, 10 thoughts on Monday morning. You can read that at powermizzou.com. Here's a little fun fact for those of you who didn't see it following the game, and then I'll lead into my question with you, Gabe. After the win against Mississippi State, Peter Burns, SEC Network, asked Mark Mitchell what the ceiling was for the Missouri team, and Mitchell said there was no ceiling. And you know what? He's right. The NCAA tournament is just a complete and total crapshoot. The ceiling for this team's seed, I think, is a 6. Then you get into what this team can do. So when you take a look at it, I do think at this point, I think when you look, like I see on your message board, people are complaining about the NCAA net rankings. Maybe some are complaining about KenPom. But all of that is factored into, and as it should be, what took place in November and December and January. But the team that is sitting here, as we're talking on March 2nd, is a different team than the ones that were playing those games. And if anything, I think that can work to Missouri's advantage. It might not from a seeding standpoint, but that maybe they don't carry the cachet that perhaps they should at this moment with the way they're playing and getting some of the play that they're getting from a few guys who weren't factors at that time.
Yeah, the bottom line is the whole season has to count. If it doesn't, why do you play it? And the entire resume, I think, will likely add up to a team that is seeded somewhere between 7th and 9th. They will be a slight favorite to a slight underdog in their first game and a decided underdog in their second game if they get there. But Bart Torvik has a site. He has this thing where you can, sort teams' performances in windows. Since February 1st, I think Missouri's the 13th best team in the country or something like that. So if you listened all weekend, every person talking SEC basketball kept saying the same thing about Missouri. They're going to be seeded 7th to 10th, but nobody wants to play them. I mean, they go into the SEC tournament as the 4 or the 5 seed. Their first game could be on Friday against Arkansas or Kentucky, somebody like that. Then they would probably get Florida on Saturday, a team they've beaten 2 out of 3 times and last year hung with in the SEC tournament despite Mark Mitchell not playing. So I don't think anybody necessarily wants to face them. That said, every year we pick out teams in the NCAA tournament. Hey, watch this one. Like the matchups, playing really well. Blah, blah. They get beat in the first round. So I think the ceiling for a seed is a 6. I think that would take Missouri winning 2 this week and at least making the SEC final. I think the realistic ceiling for performance is probably Sweet 16. But the thing about the NCAA tournament is once you get to the Sweet 16, hey, man, you're a good team. You don't have to be a better team than the team you play. You just have to be a better team that day. So, once you get to that point, everybody's got a shot.
Gabe, I think the best example of how much things have changed since the bragging rights game, I had to look it up. Papers, to his credit, he knew it. Leading scorer for Mizzou in that Illinois loss was Sebastian Mack.
Wow. That's wild.
It feels telling.
I assume most of that happened in the second half, by which point I was typing and not paying any attention to the game. But, yeah, again, it's seasons evolve, and credit Gates. And credit the guys, too, because, it would have been easy for Trent Burns to kind of mail it in practice or for Ant Robinson to kind of quit on this team and look to transfer and all that. And he could still end up transferring, obviously, but he's clearly still bought in. So, yeah, it's you go back. I think even more than the Illinois game, you go back to Valentine's Day against Texas. And
yeah.
There were a lot of people that wanted Dennis Gates gone that night for the second half performance. So
yeah, that was
quick.
That was a disappointing one, following up the surprising win, against A&M, right, in College Station, and then you had that disappointment in the second half against Texas. And like you said in your column, you can take it back to take your pick, the SEMO near-death experience, or Notre Dame, or of course the blowouts against Kansas and Illinois. The difference here is that it is a different team now. And I'm telling Trent Burns, I was like, this is a joke when I was watching him against Illinois, and now he's a force. It just changes things when you have a 7'5" guy who's actually a force. I'm intrigued. And overall, I just say this. I didn't like watching them play. I did because it's part of my job, and I went to school there. But I didn't enjoy watching them play, and I'm enjoying watching them play now as well. You'll get a chance to see it tomorrow in Norman, Saturday in Columbia. That's an 11 o'clock start, and then the SEC tournament. We'll see what happens with regard to where they will be going for the NCAA tournament. Gabe DeArmond will be covering it, along with Drew King on PowerMizzou.com. Gabe brought to you by James Carlton. Thank you, Colonel.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
There he is. That's Gabe DeArmond, PowerMizzou.com. How you feeling, Papers? I mean, this is your squad. You getting ready to do some live streaming? I can't wait to watch.
Yeah, for the tournament. I would say, in terms of the positive developments, the two biggest positive developments have obviously been T.O. Barrett's emergence and then Trent Burns as of late. I would somewhat curb your enthusiasm a touch on Trent Burns, just a little bit. I still want to see more out of him against a really quality big man, because like Mississippi State game is great for him to be, effective, but they don't got much. So I'm still a little weary on Trent Burns' potential, but hopeful as hell. And then I think the T.O. Barrett development, you saw it last year where he has the raw ability. He just needed to kind of calm down a little bit and find his game, and he's found it to a major extent. He's one of the toughest finishers at his size, his ability to get to the rack. He's becoming more calm as a point guard. I love it.
There it is. That is Missouri coverage brought to you by James Carlton. Is he coming in studio, Papers?
Yeah.
We've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up here at 9:45. Send yours in. Chairman, how are the emails? You got it coming up in 15 minutes on this Polos Plus dossier.
I think people are still trying to find their footing a little bit.
Oh, no, Doug. Oh, no. Maybe it was the loss to the Pirates yesterday.
That hurt. Kid 19 years old hit a home run in the first inning. We're supposed to bounce back from that?
Apparently not.
I don't know that I can.
That means the door is open, though, if you want to email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Your email today could wind up being what wins you $5,000 worth of garage doors from Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company. The rules of this competition available for you at TMASTL.com and 101ESPN.com. That's what's coming up on the Polos Plus dossier. Polos Plus and Andrew Hubbard. And he is working on the TMASTL shop as we speak, as we are getting ready to unveil some stuff with Polos Plus. Running a business is hard enough. Getting premium branded gear for your business shouldn't be, and that's why Polos Plus exists. Polos Plus is locally owned and operated by Corey Lawson, with longtime TMA listener and supporter Andrew Hubbard running the sales and marketing side. Corey and his family have been serving the local community since '95, and Polos Plus is different because they offer these high caliber brands like Carhartt, Travis Mathew, Nike, Under Armour, and the list goes on and on to put your company's logo on and give to your people. Polos Plus offers more than just polos. They also offer jackets, quarter zips, hats, beanies, you name it, they have it. Here's the difference. The big guys don't really care about the entrepreneur, the local business owner. They want massive corporate orders, and Polos Plus is built for guys like Doug, business owners grinding every day, trying to get exposure and grow their brand.
Right. That's where I am right now.
That's what the copy
And I got to
says.
hurry up, too. My time is short.
But don't you want to grow your brand?
I do, and that's why I gotta put it on fast forward now.
We got that whole new model where you're going to go in and take a bite out of people's food. That could be the brand.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
I'd watch that, actually. Go to polosplus.com and take 10% off with the promo code TMA. All you got to do is upload your logo. It couldn't be any easier. If you have any questions, you want to talk to Andrew Hubbard directly, email him at andrew@polosplus.com. That's polosplus.com. Promo code TMA. The program is called TMA, and it's presented by Brown & Crouppen. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Great new sponsor here on The Morning After is Roof Restore, locally owned business with decades of experience in the roofing business. Online at notanewroof.com. That's notanewroof.com. Michael Mahoney, who Doug is a sponsor of the float trip that you are calling for, is making sure that people are aware of this. It was hailing last night. You guys have hail in your neighborhood?
Yeah.
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 I heard like what sounded like ice storms, so little hail pellets flying. Roof Restore will help your roof perform better to better protect your home in a hailstorm. So what they do, they increase shingle flexibility and granule adhesion so you can protect your roof from spring storms by calling Roof Restore for a free, no obligation inspection. How would you call Roof Restore? I got the phone number for you, 314-279-ROOF. That's 314-279-ROOF, or go online at notanewroof.com. So good. What we got going on here, Papers?
Luke Combs' birthday.
Oh, 37.
Wow. That's a great number. I don't know which direction to go with it. I'm going to go under.
Martin?
39.
Today's his 36th birthday.
Oh.
Boy, that's just like that Robbie Avila 3 that got me over.
It's good to see him getting that stroke back. God, gonna need him. Gonna need the big man.
I'm telling you. Yeah, you went only 2 points at the half there, Martin. Then went off in the second half. You know, we were. I think this might have been in Predictionary, whether or not the bad man would get the start, and he did not start.
No.
And
But he got in real early, though.
He did. And McCautry was riding pine. Josh Schertz after the game said that was not some kind of doghouse thing like that. But outside of what was a sick alley-oop, Thames didn't have a great game, so he had 2 really good games. Best player on the floor games against VCU and Dayton. That didn't happen. Avila got it going on Saturday. But once again, the Billikens with a slow start. Here is Josh Schertz on the team mounting a Sunday charge on a Saturday in the second half.
The second half adjustment thing's a little overrated, but I will say that my halftime speeches are maybe the best in the world, and that's what's happening. And my pregame speeches stink. But halftime, I mean, you got guys crying in there. I mean, they're so emotional. They're so excited and motivated. Guys are tearing up. I mean, they're ready to tear the doors off to run out for the second half. So, no. You know, I think, look, if you're going to be – the goal would be to be a 2-half team. If you're going to be one of the halves, you would want to be the second because it gives you the best chance to win. This goes back to the kill shot things, too, and I've talked about it matters when it happens, right, context. We want to be a 2-half team. We want to get off to better starts.
There you go. Second half, they got it on.
Big kill shot at the end of the game there.
Just keeps happening, though.
To cover the 14.5 and the total of 88.5.
Yep.
Thank you.
It's amazing
21.
how Vegas, how did it just, like 14.5, and then the game could have gone in so many different directions.
2-point game with 4.5 to play.
Right at the end.
Yeah.
Oh, guess what? Oh, they win by 15. Like, how?
Yep.
How?
I think maybe we're really amazed when they hit it right on the number, and when they don't, we don't pay much attention to it.
I think you're right
But
on
it
that.
seems like
the
more
Michigan-Illinois
times than that.
game was a 3 or 1.5 point spread or something like that. And obviously Michigan goes crazy. Whereas Johnson, former Illini, solid game against them, despite Jake Davis saying, you know, I think he's going to regret what he could have had here.
And you were saying if you could have Duke, Michigan, and Arizona, you'd give me the field?
Yeah, I would feel pretty good about that.
I don't think I'd make that bet. I got to be honest with you.
I think the only team that really scared, like Houston, possibly. They obviously made it there last year.
Florida Sunday charge?
Florida, major way. UConn has championship pedigree, and they're looking pretty solid. But I still think it's just those 3 are a different class. And it's too tough to tell about Kansas because, you know, what are you getting out of Darren Peterson? And sometimes, like, the statistics say they're better without them than they are with them, which is some context is missing there, but the win-loss record is certainly better without them.
6,670 people have subscribed to the TMA STL YouTube channel, and Doug gets a bonus of gold bullion.
Gold bullion.
If we get to 6,700 this week. 304 in there talking it over right now, and they're saying, I'm handling it better than Papers, but I don't know what I'm handling better. Oh, Piddle's height jealousy? You have height jealousy?
Mm-mm.
I wouldn't think so. I mean,
I was
if
just
you're,
talking
if
about
6'1", who are you jealous of?
I guess because I said, like, let's be a little bit more. We can be optimistic, but I think Trent Burns, like, I still want to see more out of him as a 7'5" player. So I guess that would be. That's a bad comment if we're just being honest.
What's your comment?
No, the comment saying that I'm height jealous because that makes no sense. But you know, I just I would say I would still like to see a little bit more, and the shot selection too. You know, if he has that in his bag, 15-foot jump hooks, I just don't know if that will last.
Well, even if he's not the best big man on the floor, at least he still gives them a different dimension that they didn't have before.
And defensively, he's been really. That's what's got me most excited.
That's the thing. Yes, I mean, did that stand out to you in the Illinois game?
Oh, how bad he was?
Yes.
Yes, he looked like he was
like a baby deer.
Yes. Yeah.
I was just like, who is this guy and why is he picking guys up at midcourt and just getting his ass beat?
Yeah, 100%.
And he's just a different guy now.
Yeah. He still tries to shoot a lot of threes, which would be great if that was
behind the back on Sunday.
Yeah, if that would be great if that was a part of his game. And I know he hit a big one against Florida to end the first half. but maybe just stick around. He could be a better rebounder, maybe, but defensively, both, getting steals and getting blocks, he's been really good.
Put your money on Arkansas to make the Final Four. You heard it here first. Doug, that's from your mom's sanitational engineer.
I'm not going to put Arkansas in the Final Four.
They probably got the SEC Player of the Year on their team.
I think Gabe was really high last week on them, remember?
Yeah, they're really good and obviously very well coached. Florida is just maybe in a different category, as we've seen recently.
We got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Email for March #1. Big day. Get on the board. I mean, Allen Dadeville won, I think, with 3, and then he had the playoff game with Buck Swope.
Yep.
I mean, you could get 33% of the way home by winning just one Design Air Heating and Cooling email today to Schaefer Door Company's monster prize for the month of March. And that is a $5,000 brand new garage door or doors, should you be so blessed. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. We do that next here on TMA 101 ESPN. Boy, what do you think? It's John Bon Jovi's brother? Maybe birthday? Maybe it's Richie Sambora?
I don't know.
It is Bon Jovi's birthday.
Boy, what do you think? You think 70, Martin?
He might be older than that. 40 years ago, he's I would say
Slippery When Wet came out
72.
85. So if he's 70,
I'll say 68.
yeah, I think I might have set a number too high. I'm going to go under on my own number, which isn't really fair.
This is really surprising to me. He turned 64 today.
No.
What?
64 today. Yeah. Born in 1962.
Yeah,
I disagree.
He must have been very young when he hit it big.
That's Slippery When Wet was that 85, but Runaway was like what 83.
I don't know the years. I don't know the years. We've been through this.
Now his son is married to Millie Bobby Brown.
No. Have you watched the final season of Stranger Things?
No.
What about the opening episode of DTF St. Louis?
I'm going to watch it tonight.
Boy, David Harbour paid tribute to St. Louis by putting on weight.
Yeah. He lost weight for a Marvel movie.
It's a
put it back
theme.
on. Yeah. I'm looking forward to watching it tonight. Is it a 30-minute show or an hour?
I believe hour.
Okay.
I watched 35 minutes and the sleeping pills hit me and I said, I gotta go.
I plan on watching it tonight. Although there's good college basketball on tonight.
Doug, we've got North Carolina State hosting Duke, and Jackson says there's a red flag there.
Is it just something to watch?
Well, what do you got? Make a play like Jugs in D.C.
Well, it would make no sense for NC State, who's kind of been reeling ever since I said that they're actually kind of a dangerous team like a week and a half ago. I think they've lost every game since. It would make no sense for them to beat Duke, who's looked better than ever in a year where they've looked awesome, to win 9.5-point spread, home game. The crowd's going to be electric. Just something to consider. But then we get Iowa State going to Arizona.
How do you do?
I feel like you've covered all your bases when you say this is something to watch. If Duke goes
Doug's calling you out for being a
if Duke
mark.
blows them out, you can say, see, I told you, Duke is the real deal. They're going to handle anybody. And if it's close, you say, see, I told you to keep an eye on this game.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So it's
that's
a
what I'm
nice
doing.
statement to
All right,
cover,
then I'll
to
say
cover
it.
everything.
NC State plus 9.5. That's my play.
Okay. Wow.
NC State.
Doug just pushed you in that
And
direction.
maybe Iowa State, I cannot believe they lost to Texas Tech down JT Toppin in Ames, Iowa. Watch out for Iowa State to give Arizona a game. That'll hedge and say just watch out because I can't give that definitively. But I do like NC State getting 9.5 tonight.
So just watch out is the equivalent. Dave Murray would always say, we'll have some changeable skies. And I would say, okay, sounds good. Then I would say, wait a minute. Changeable
always say
sky.
that,
Like, okay,
yeah.
so it could be sunny, could be cloudy, it could be changeable.
So I got to go take, here on the air making bets. I hope that's okay. I got NC State and I got it at 9.5. All right, Papers. I'm firing off.
Yep.
Thanks, Papers.
Yeah, you bet.
Thanks for the cash.
Doug, that's something to watch.
Yeah.
Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Email 1 of 22 in the month of March, in which somebody is going to win a brand new garage door from Schaefer Door Company. And if you got room for 2, you got room for 2, and maybe you got room for 3. Schaefer Door Company, schaeferdoor.com. That's 1F, first email of the month. Remember, Alan Dadeville won in January when Seth Goldcamp gave out that $10,000 HVAC system. Good morning. I'm a proud owner of a carport from the 618 here. Actually, my second carport, as my first was crushed by a tree. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Just wanted to say that I think it's a crime that we fail to mention that Boner's dad's name was Sylvester Stallone. That's a miss. Why do the Illini always break my heart? Still love you, Kendall Gill. Hashtag Flying Illini. Thanks, boys. That's from the Freiburg Frankfurter.
Freiburg Frankfurter.
And Kendall Gill lost to Michigan in the Final Four in '89. And then Martin, they beat
Seattle.
Seton Hall. Was that Ramil Robinson?
Yeah, and then Andrew Gaze, and that was P.J. Carlissimo, another coach who has the scratchy voice, Doug, but he got choked, but that was later.
Who choked him?
Sprewell.
Yeah, Sprewell.
And then the cat named his dog.
Sprewell.
Because he loved the Knicks so much.
Yeah. A nice win against Victor yesterday, Jackson.
Yeah, big W for the Knicks.
Doug and Jackson not wanting to go on a float trip. Cry me a river. Jack B, you need to stop rooming with Doug on trips. He's starting to rub off on you. I say Tim needs to ask JR and Joey to go fill the spots of the, and then he uses a word I don't think I can say on the, it's a body part for a lady on this show. Float trip needs to happen. Suck it up, you two. That's from Martin Sweater Vest, and he's mad at Jackson and Doug for not going on the float trip he wants you replaced with JR and Joey Vitale.
Cool with me. Very happy with that.
Yeah.
Martin's sweater vest.
Wasn't really witty or pithy, he's just mad.
I'm very happy with his suggestion.
Help, boys. I have a great family tree of doctors, lawyers, and other professionals such as appraisers, but we don't have professional athletes. I need for you to get me some of that Hall of Fame seed from Keith Kachuk. I'm already in process of doing some testing on my 3 daughters-in-law and my youngest son's girlfriend to see who's the most qualified to have this baby. They are being tested similar to what's going on at the Combine in Indianapolis. What's up, Henson? My wife is too old to bear a child at this point, so this is how it has to be. Thanks in advance. That's from Steve in Des Moines. P.S. If Kachuk is not available, can I get Holiday? Doug, that's Steve, and he's in Des Moines.
Okay. Steve in Des Moines, a very good judge of seed.
We'll creep that off. Morning, boys. As I gathered my thoughts for another monumental email contest on Sunday afternoon while watching 2 of Doug's favorite movies, Grown Ups 2 and the 2008 Tina Fey vehicle Baby Mama, I pondered things no mortal man should do alone. Number 1, how long until PETA goes after Dennis Gates and the boys for the old Yeller treatment they showed the Bulldogs down in Stark Vegas? That dog was dead before half. Number 2, will Drake receive a new contract before Oli got an extension? Number 3, will the Billikens stop spotting the other team 10 to 15 points to start the game? And number 4 was Doug's favorite part of Grown Ups 2 when the boys had to jump naked off the cliff into the quarry. I feel bad for David Spade getting a face full of Kevin James on Impact. Wink, wink. I reflected on these questions as I finished the night watching the McKernan family biopic, Gangs of New York, where a young Seamus McKernan of the Bowery Boys stood tall with his Irish brethren, sporting fancy coattails and a foppish hat against the marvelous Bill the Butcher and the natives. We're so lucky to have Tim. Anywho, have a great day, and we'll see you all tomorrow. That's from the Heiser House Hooligan.
Heiser House Hooligan.
Welcome back to Movie Boy, where today we'll be discussing coming-of-age movies with esteemed critic Avocado Pit. One of my favorites is Grown Ups 2. Doug, back-to-back emails.
It's just the worst movie ever.
It was not mentioned.
One of my favorites is Grown Ups 2, which isn't just a movie. It's a transcendent, era-defining odyssey that boldly reimagines what it means to, quote, grow up by having every character aggressively refuse to do so. The film rises like a full operatic mass for the eternally adolescent soul, a thunderous coming-of-age saga in which no one dares to age at all. The film opens not with a whisper, but with a triumphant overture of pratfalls, each tumble echoing through the halls of cinematic destiny like a chorus of tenors proclaiming that maturity is for the weak. The heroes, apostles of arrested development, stride across the stage in cargo shorts, their every fart joke swelling into a Wagnerian motif.
I don't talk like this. This is not what Movie Boy sounds like. We're distancing ourselves from this email.
And when the deer of divine chaos descends to anoint Sandler, the moment lands with the force of a sacred crescendo. This is the rite of eternal boyhood, the operatic truth.
Okay.
The only real coming of age is the glorious refusal to do so. By that final crescendo, you don't just understand the message, you feel it in your soul. And honestly, you owe it to yourself to witness this masterpiece immediately.
You don't.
Until next time, that's from the TMA Troubadour.
No. AI alert, AI alert.
That's AI?
I mean, look at the M dashes.
Doug, do you see the M dashes?
I know I don't.
There's 1, 2, 3. There's 4 M dashes.
And that's an AI tell.
Absolutely. And words that the troubadour, I guarantee, doesn't know what they mean.
Wow.
I say we strike that one from the record.
Oh, really?
But you put it in the filtered file.
That's true.
TMA Troubadour AI.
Tough moment on the stand there.
Turn that back around.
You talk to Arch?
Yeah, no.
We will rally behind all-you-can-eat hot dogs, and we will play really good baseball. Talk more city, you punks!
Oh.
That's from the poor film student.
The poor film student. He's new.
Yeah, the Cardinals did launch it. Did you see that?
Yeah, Doug, $29 tickets.
Bottomless Coke, endless brats. Doug, you in?
French fries.
Well, I don't drink soda.
Okay. Unlimited brats.
That sounds enticing, I guess.
$29 tickets, but they got to be up in Big Mac land, am I?
Oh, I'm sure they're way up there.
That's fine. You don't care
good
about
seats.
the game.
Yeah.
Hello, governors. Love the Mizzou and college basketball talk today, but I thought you guys missed an opportunity to talk about the impending World War III and how it will affect local sports media. Obviously, no one on the show will be affected in terms of the draft. Doug, too old. Martin can't imagine the onboarding process for the Army. Papers, too pale. Chairman, who would watch after his dog. Tim, too perfect to be wasted. Toodles, that's from Bobby Greenbacks.
Bobby Greenbacks.
Do you think I'd be bad in war because I'd be so easily spotted?
You're getting there to be close to being too old yourself.
Yeah, they say because of flat feet and because he's too pale, he can't be in the military.
Two reasons.
Yeah.
You could totally blind them, and that would disarm them.
That's true.
Boys, listen, I know you all got sob stories, but I need This Is Here garage door. Doug?
I like it so far.
Listen, I know you all got sob stories, but I need This Is Here garage door.
Is this bad AI?
Just pick one of the words. It'll work.
Every now and then, a man is going through it. Let me tell you what's happening in my world. First, my tire popped the other day, so I have to get that fixed. Next, my wife's boyfriend's having surgery, and it's tough to cover medical bills and another mortgage in this economy.
He's got to pay for him? Somebody's having an affair with his wife. He's ill, needs surgery, and the cuckold has to pay? That seems unfair.
Pay the mortgage.
Wow.
But that's a cuck, isn't it?
Do you count that as a dependent on your taxes?
I guess in some cases.
His car is nicer than mine. My kids listen to his music. I ain't got a lot going my way, but at least I'm a step above a carport. And now my garage sounds like Doug getting out of bed in the morning. I've lost control of my finances, my household hierarchy, and now my garage. Help me, boys. That's from Marlin's Family Barbecue.
Marlin's Family Barbecue.
When in doubt, always praise Tim because he deserves it. But this email's about car sex.
What?
We never really got the timing right, you know? He shot me down at the Dotem. Then I did the same to him at the TMA Awards banquet, and then fate stepped in, the TMA key party. He whispered in my ear, put on this glove. I put Velcro on the keys to the LeBaron. 5 minutes later, we're in the parking lot. Hold on tight, fella. This is where the rubbers hit the road. We went around the corner and stopped. I was like, what happened to the romantic dinner? He just smiled and said, no time for that. Google Maps has me parking in your rear entry garage.
No.
And then we did the bone dance on his Corinthian leather.
Oh, all right. That's enough.
That's from Shaq, and then his last name's Dupt.
Kevin Miller is who that's from. Kevin Miller. I recognize the
Now, if
writing
Kevin
style.
wants to win, let's remember now. You may want
Jackson, what's the announcement?
You may want to include that this
It's
is
right at
your
the bottom, Kevin Miller, and then all is taken care of.
underneath
You
the
can
cute
you
name.
can still use the shacked up or whatever. It's a good one.
Wow. During the Blues Devils broadcast, Joey mentioned Chaminade winning the state championship with the Plager, Montgomery, and Gassoff kids. So he also mentioned DeSmet and CBC. Was it too difficult to throw in a quick and Tim McKernan went to SLU? It was either intentional or an inexcusable miss. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Jackson Float Trip River Shoes.
Shooter McGavin.
Yes, it is true. The Fats have spoken. There is now a Coca-Cola Unlimited ticket offered by your St. Louis Cardinals for this 2026 season. What does the ticket include, you ask? Well, before I get into the details, I will first go over the prerequisites needed for you to join the waiting list. Your BMI must fall in the upper 80% of the overweight class or in the obese class. You either have to have type 2 diabetes or be borderline. Doctor's note must be provided. You have to have at least one successful divorce from a wife that was out of your league before you gained 80 pounds the month after your 40th birthday. You have to pay way too much for your kids' sports teams, and you need to be on at least one prescribed medication for heartburn. Now, we can get to the menu. The elite list of concession food includes unlimited sodas, hot dogs, nachos, popcorn. Well, you get the point. If you don't meet the requirements listed above, just practice during the 2026 season, and you'll be sure to make the cut for 2027. Happy eating, tubbies. That's from Chet's neighbor.
Chet's neighbor.
Doug, that's what we have for the design
Okay.
of heating and cooling email today. The question now, what you got? We will vote and announce who got the first win in the month of March and head towards that Schaefer Door Company garage door, which we will hand out at the end of the month of March. 22 emails in the month of March here on TMA. We are heading into the 10 o'clock hour, which is presented to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling. And we welcome you to participate on a wide variety of ways. Texting in 314-399-9646, opening up your YouTube app, typing TMA STL, and joining 284 4 friends who are in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat right now as we speak. And that includes the TMA Remote Lamp, who's talking to the JCPenney chat support, and Walrus King and old Doug's Little River Birch. They're in there talking. And they're saying they're starting a GoFundMe for a turkey trip for Papers. Would you take that if they got like $25K together for you to...
No.
Oh.
I'm working with Healthcare Evolution. I'm doing some other stuff to help my hair out. I'm running the full court press.
Look at this guy.
Domestically.
Okay. Full court press. The great James Carlton's going to be in studio. He always has wonderful questions he provides, stimulating questions. That's coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cavaliers defeat the Nets yesterday, 106-102. Fear the beer. This is James Harden has 22 points, 9 rebounds, and 8 assists. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back. It is the Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour here on the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen as we broadcast from the Stiefel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin head-to-head to onboarding. They finally gave him a ballpark number on how long that's going to take, and it's about 4 years of onboarding.
You're getting tired of it, too, for sure.
4 years of onboarding. Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. Coming up on the Polos Plus dossier, we will have the winner of day one of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day for this big Schaefer door company policy, our garage door, and maybe James Carlton's in studio. You can give away free insurance for 25 years, I guess, for a prize for April.
Might be a career killer, but let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. But I have supporting the sponsors here.
Yes.
I have a garage door from Schaefer Door.
Oh, is that right?
Circa 2024.
Doug, the TMA business advertiser ecosystem.
Look at my little quarter zip.
And it's a Polos Plus
little
quarter
Polos
zip.
Plus quarter zip going today.
Real sharp.
Yep. They
You're
have
proud
great,
of that,
they have
aren't you?
great products. Yes,
They really do.
Yes, I'm a big fan because I've gone the swag route before, and it's a little underwhelming at times. But this one is
Jackson,
choice.
You just took a shot right there for your work.
Oh, and
When it was out of your apartment, was that you or was that Plowsy?
Gangster Pete and Jackson's parents' house.
Yeah. When I took over the gig in 2020, Gangster Pete, before he left, gave me boxes upon boxes of stuff, and then it populated my parents' garage for a long time.
And I'm not talking about that stuff. That team, I still have some of that teammate stuff too. It's great. I'm just saying this.
It's quality materials. Like I will wear it.
Yeah, it's great brands.
It's really Polos Plus has been a real revelation. Tip of the cap to them. James, what's going on with you, brother?
I don't know if I'm going to be much good to you. Let's think here. No, you know what? You know what? I got something for you. I'm always down on myself for not being a great dad. Do you remember Whitey Herzog? I think did something with Ozzie Smith when he first came over from San Diego. Like, hey, every time you hit it on the ground, I'll give you $1, and every time you hit it in the air, you owe me $1.
Right. Yeah.
Is there something like that? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
All right. So my kids, they get this from me. Not the toughest of the bunch. We're going to ice skating lessons, and they had done this in the past, and they weren't too excited about it because they kept falling. And I told them, hey, every time you fall, I'm going to give you $1. And every time they'd fall, they'd have the big smile on their face, looking up at me in the stands, giving me a thumbs up.
Look at this.
And so they're not really keeping
I think
count.
you did it the wrong way. It should be every time you get around a lap without falling, I give you $1.
We'll work on that, Doug.
Okay.
But hey, I got through this first session.
All right.
And they probably fell like 9 or 12 times. I hope they're not listening. They should be in school. But I just told them $5 each. Because I capped it at 5 falls. But yeah, heck yeah. So they're on their way to probably in the NHL.
But
is that right? Congratulations.
But if they be fun, if they learn to skate well, then the money's going to run out.
Yeah, I mean that deal is only going to go for the first few weeks until they got their feet under them.
But I like it. Gives them confidence.
Yes.
That hey, skate hard. Let's really go out there. And worst case, you fall, you make $1.
Yep.
Okay.
I like what you're doing.
I'm open to any parenting tips. I know Tim said he wasn't. I am.
I actually did solicit one from Doug, who I consider to be the Yoda of parenting.
Correct. I don't know about that.
I really do. During a commercial break, either Thursday or Friday, Papers witnessed the line of questioning.
Mm-hmm. Well, this weekend, I'm going to ask my son for a bite of his burger. That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, you got to just go in there and just take a bite.
I find
Shake.
It's really easy to parent other people's kids.
Yeah.
It's always easy to have the right answer to fix theirs. But when it comes to yours, it's not so cut and dry.
Because it's
so easy.
practical and not emotional.
Yeah.
But let's think. Outside of that,
you're getting ready to travel with the Tigers to Buffalo for the first round.
Oh, you're really?
is that where Lenardi's got him going?
I mean, hey, it'd be wonderful if they're in
What a
St.
spring
Louis.
break that would be.
Well, I mean, I'm
Follow-up
going to be down in Jupiter again, and if there is activity in Tampa, we were looking it up last night. Traveling across the state for a day, I would do
the Doty route.
The Doty, that's exactly right. The Doty Road. Yes,
the Doty route.
I would drive across the state because we're going to be down there for like 11 days. So yeah, my older son, was legitimately upset when he's like, "This is the last Billiken game we're going to go to."
Oh.
He fell in love with the Billikens, and this is a guy who got to experience Wichita last year from Missouri and Drake.
Mm-hmm. This is your older son.
Yes.
So the younger son's obsessed with Mizzou football?
Yes, he wears a Tiger jersey every single day. He is no longer Aiden. He is Aiden the Tiger. Jackson could not be more delighted. Jackson's
Really
applauding
proud.
into the microphone.
Really proud.
And every night we play football. He is the Tigers. My apparently older son is the Roll Tides, as he calls them. And I am not the Gamecocks. I am the Bangcocks. And this is every night I get my ass kicked by this guy before going to bed. That's what goes on in my house.
Love it.
Used to be solicitation of threesomes. Now I'm getting my ass kicked by a 4-year-old, and I'm a Bangkok. One night in Bangkok, was that Murray Head?
I don't know.
Jackson, that could be return music.
Yeah.
One night in Bangkok. I think it might be running into a situation that he wasn't expecting with a ween while soliciting prostitution.
Yeah.
We ought to look into that. That'd be a fun podcast.
It's like a 2-2 changeup. You know, you just gotta.
Whoa! Yeah, it's what happened to Beltran in 06.
Yeah, you
Whoa! I
sniff
didn't
it out
expect
sometimes.
that.
You take the strikeout and you go home. That's what you do. Yeah, probably go down swinging. No, you don't even swing. Whatever you call it, ump. I'm leaving.
Yeah, this Tiger Bunch, 2002, didn't see it coming.
Yeah.
And then Elite Eight, and if you hit your free throws in March, you beat Jabari Brown and Kelvin Sampson, and you go to the Final Four, and you take on Juan Dixon and Gary Williams in Maryland? Or do you take on Mike Davis in Indiana?
Indiana.
That actually might be their Achilles heel is free throws. Although they did shoot well from the line on Saturday, I
Mark
believe.
Mitchell has gotten considerably better from the line.
And I've never seen anybody better getting to the line than him.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
undeniable. I'm shocked when they don't blow the whistle anytime he puts up a shot. He draws flat fouls like crazy.
Warson Woods Wacko, see, this is what happens. You start talking about your children, and then you get parenting tips.
I'll
and now
take it.
This is what you got. Maybe motivate them by saying, if you effing fall once, I'm going to beat your ass in front of your friends.
There you go.
That usually works. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Okay, a little fear. I like it.
Yep.
I'm always surprised when guys struggle, going back to the free throw line, struggle at the free throw line. I mean, these are guys that have played basketball probably almost every day since they were kids. Highly athletic, very good basketball players in any sense of the word, and struggle from 15 feet with nobody guarding them and still can't hit a very high percentage. Some even have awkward shots. And I said, what's happened to
Guys
you?
try to aim and
How could that be?
It's the rarest thing in sports where from the time you start playing on a 10-foot basket, which is like 10 years old, the shot doesn't change even at the highest level. It's still a 15-foot shot on a 10-foot rim with no one guarding you. There's nothing else like it in sports. There's nothing else where there's no extra variable. You can say the crowd, but that doesn't. I wouldn't consider that a variable.
Well, pressure is a variable.
Oh,
But there's pressure when you're playing when you're 10 years old. You know, there's pressure on free throws. It's the same exact shot. Even like a penalty shot in hockey or in soccer, the goalie is the factor. There is no other factor or variable, I should say.
Like when Cruz came in 2 games ago, he hadn't played or taken a shot practically all game, and he was at the line with the game on the line, completely cold. I could see that being challenging, no matter how long you've been playing basketball.
It's a mental thing, yeah.
It is so mental. Have you noticed? I mean, they really got a situation at St. Louis University with Thames and McCautry, for that matter. But in the first half, Doug, you were there, so you were watching. I'm not expecting Jackson. I hope you weren't home watching it on a Saturday night.
I was not.
Yeah, good for you. I mean, you shouldn't be. 27-year-old single. You know, this guy's only 27, though, for another 11 days, right? Mm-hmm. No. We got a big birthday gala coming up.
Oh, you were
going to have
painting
Ella
it
Reese
down
on
red?
for you.
Yeah, Ella Reese has joined the show.
Okay.
But Thames, when he falls forward, he misses, and he hits like a line drive on the low side of the front end of the rim.
Yeah, it's a bad shot.
But if he can keep his feet planted, and it's obviously mental, because as you said, it's not like anybody's guarding him. It's a free throw. He at least is in the realm of having the arc to make the free throws, and I think he made both that he had in the second half. I really worry about that because inevitably, like you said, Jackson, any team, whether it be Illinois, Missouri, or St. Louis University, they're going to have a close game. And, well, you know, you got to hit your free throws in Borch.
Yeah. It's you have to make, and there's not like when Mizzou was struggling, they're like, why? They clearly don't work on free throws. They do, but at a certain point, you're a Division I player, probably making some good NIL money. It is the expectation that you shoot at least 80% from the line.
Yeah, you would think. If you just get the right form, that'll almost get you 80%.
Routine, it's all mental. John Sundvold said something great when Cruz was knocking down those free throws. He's like, you just got to think like it's practice. You have to think like you're in a practice situation where there isn't, 15,000 people or 10,000 people there. Just do it like you do in practice.
Jackson, did you have a routine when you were playing in front of thousands?
2 dribbles, spin the ball, and then shoot.
Look at that, rock and fire.
Really?
Yep. 2 dribbles, spin in the left hand, shoot.
You would win a TMA free throw comp in this room, right?
Yes.
I don't know. Doug's live, right?
Well, I played in high school. I'm not knocking down a lot of
Back-to-back
shots
state
now.
championship games, James. Do you know that back-to-back state championship games?
Lost them both.
Still were there.
Yes, I would.
Yes, I would. But hey, Burns, by the way, for being 7'5", has a pretty nice stroke.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't want him shooting threes like he's been doing, but from the charity stripe, I mean, he's got a good-looking stroke for a big guy. And plus, those long arms, what do you have, a handful of steals 2 games ago? He just alters shots. I mean, he's so darn large.
He's a 4. You don't drive to the lane the same when the guy who's 7'5" is standing there.
Do you think if we fast forwarded 20, 25 years, there's going to be guys who are 8 feet tall out there on a basketball court?
The closest, I guess, we got is Manute Bol, and that was some time ago.
He was 7'6".
Oh, I was taller than that. I think he was 7'8" or 9". Yao Ming was 7'6", and that was. But those guys run into injury issues so often.
Oh yeah.
If you're at that level, there should be zero pressure. Jackson wouldn't know pressure because it's hard to create pressure situations when you're mopping up the last 30 seconds in a 40-point blowout against Ladue Early Childhood School. It's from the worst we're back.
How did that feel? That nick you at all?
No. Knowing the source, it did not hurt.
What about the Huff and Puff games? Are there any pressure in those?
No. Knock him down.
But you're really not happy with the officiating.
Sometimes.
Guys goes after the officials.
Well, there's an art to talking to the officials, and I think I'm pretty good at it.
Come on, Zebra, give me some good markings.
That would not be a good way. Calling them Zebra would probably be a bad start.
James Carlton, 314-961-4800 to go online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent. And now you got Jackson Burkett's business as well.
And I'm so glad I did.
That's a world changer, man.
So glad I did.
That's James Carlton. Can't recommend him enough. I've been a client for 7 years. carltoninsurance.net or call 314-961-4800. James, always appreciate it.
Have a great week, guys.
There he is. That's James Carlton. We'll take a break, come back with more TMA here on 101 ESPN. It's just like a little key bump.
Yeah.
On a Monday morning.
Injection of energy.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Show's also on YouTube, and that's where friends gather and talk it over for 4 hours. Doug, how lucky are we to have friends gather and talk it over while watching us?
Well, boy, for 4 hours, no less.
Yeah, Bach Hogg is really active talking to Gator 69. Gator 69 says, "What about your hog?" I just opened up this
This
stuff.
is what they're talking over.
Yep.
That's disappointing.
Yep. Michelob Ultra makes it possible, too. YouTube.com/TMASTL. The goal this week, to get to 6,700 subscribers.
Okay.
Doug Vaughn gets the bonus of gold bullion.
Gold bullion.
If you subscribe to the TMASTL channel, and Gator 69 says, "I rarely drive." He rarely drives.
That's his whole comment. I rarely drive. Why do we need to know that? Why would you brag about that?
Yeah.
The lead story today on The Morning After, which is presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, online at getbc.com or by calling 314-222-2222, and they're local, and that's why you have Ed Herman, Andy Crouppen, and Terry Crouppen in studio. Who's in tomorrow, Jackson?
I believe Andy Crouppen.
Andy Crouppen. Because they're local, and don't you want a local law firm if you're going to hire a personal injury attorney? That's the name of the game, one that knows the local legal environment. Well, that's Brown & Crouppen, founded in St. Louis in 1979. 314-222-2222. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision. It should not be based solely on advertisements. Oli Marmol getting the contract extension. Doug, just point blank, when you got this news yesterday, which I would imagine was in the morning, unless you were sleeping another one off on Saturday night, what was your reaction?
My reaction to what now?
Marmol's extension.
Oh. It wasn't a big reaction one way or the other. It didn't surprise me. It doesn't make me overjoyed or bummed out. I just kind of expected it to come eventually, I guess.
Yeah, I have to say that was exactly mine. I thought it was coming. I guess I was told that it was coming too when we were down in Jupiter. But even if I wasn't told that, I get it. Now, I know we've gotten some texts, not a lot, of people who are pissed about it. I was really irritated by it in 2024 because I thought it sent a really bad message to the fan base that you can finish in last place and then get a contract extension. That was 2024. That was a team that, at least theoretically, I know it didn't wind up playing out that way, was in the mindset of, okay, we're going to get back into the postseason this year. And I thought that was a defensive move because there was buzz about Yadier Molina or Albert Pujols wanting to manage. This year is a different set of circumstances from my perspective, and that is even if you thought somebody was out there who was a great manager, is that the person who's going to come in and take this team over with the roster that it has, with the pending work stoppage, and the fact that this is most likely, maybe it won't, but most likely going to be a multi-year project. So I've got no problem with it. And like I said, if anything, the original sin would have been the 2024 extension. Either way, here is what Chaim Bloom had to say with regard to his decision, because he was told by the DeWitts he could make a change if he wanted to, and he decided to go with Oli Marmol.
Kind of really a blessing, a part of this unique situation that had so many benefits, just obviously being able to get to know him and get to know him as a person and as a baseball person without, the context of now this job, and allowed for a lot of free-flowing conversations. And he was a big part of a lot of what we were doing as I was overseeing what we did in player development and performance, big part of even in helping craft the vision, interviewing candidates, recruiting candidates, involved deeply in a lot of what we were building there with our new leadership there. And that's because he understands how important it is for us to be one organization top to bottom, and how important what we're doing there is not just for players in the minor leagues, but for everything that we're building, because it's all one program. It all flows up and down the organization. Now in this role, it's led to some really good stuff where we were able to roll out and start doing a lot of things last year down below. And now it's very natural and smooth to be able to bring those into the big league space too, as we have a facility now to support that, and just really helped to be able to lay that groundwork with him so that we can now do this together at this level.
Okay. Well, he's obviously very well liked by the front office, the ownership, and the players in the organization. because it would be easy to have let him go after some of the seasons that they've had. So they must like him and think he is the guy. I think for the normal fan, probably wondering who is this guy and why does he get so much runway, as they say now, because he wasn't a great player. He didn't come here having managed somewhere else for 10 years. He's more the Mike Schilt type rather than the Mike Matheny or the Tony La Russa type, in that he's so well liked that the management and ownership is willing to give him a long leash. And we saw with Schilt when he got named manager, I think we also said, who is this guy? And yet he had all kinds of success. Turns out he had some problems behind the scenes we didn't know about. But I don't think Oli, no one's even hinted that Oli has any kind of problems like that. In fact, it's just the opposite. It's kind of like what we've learned when we interview him here on the show is, wow, this guy's really great. This guy's a breath of fresh air. We like this guy.
Do you guys remember TMA Day at the ballpark when someone hit a home run and Jackson covered the over?
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Yeah. It's against the Giants.
And it was. And I think that I know I did personally, and I think others did too, but I can only speak for myself, thought he might be getting terminated after that.
Yeah, I remember that.
And I remember running into, I don't think I'm really saying anything here out of school at this point, we were having some libations at Ballpark Village, and Jackson, you were being encouraged to pursue a lady, and then it turned out she was married, and now she texts into the show?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gosh. What's her name? Do you
Lipstick
remember?
lass.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Oh.
So I'm sitting there and I'm having a beverage at Ballpark Village, and Alexa Datt, now of the Washington Nationals, came out of the studios, and I started talking with her, and I said, I wonder if this is going to be the final straw. And she said, final straw for what? And I said, for Oli. And she goes, oh, God, no. She goes, the players love him. The players absolutely love him and respect him. And I think that's an important part of it, because sometimes, like, if you have a boss you love, but the business isn't doing really well, then the boss might just be a walkover, and you enjoy having a mark in a position of leadership. It was like and respect. I think, and I've seen a lot of texts on this today, and I guess it kind of surprises me, but at the same time, when else do you hear him in a format where he can kind of do what he does on TMA? A number of people said, I really didn't like him until I've heard him on your guys' show down at spring training. And there were a bunch of those texts on this topic in the 7 o'clock hour. The bottom line is, yesterday at that presser, and I don't know how many people listened to it, almost the entire roster was in there. And then when he gets introduced by Bloom or by DeWitt, I don't remember who introduced him, Mason Wynn was off to the side booing. And the reason I bring that up is if you don't have a guy that everybody likes, they don't come to the presser announcing that he's got an extension, and you also don't have the best player, one of the best players, however you view Mason Wynn, off to the side booing in a joking way. I think it gives you an idea. I'm not saying, and now, therefore, the Cardinals will win 90 games. I'm not saying that, but it gives you an idea. Like, let me put it this way. If you were picture this at your own place of employment, if your boss was about to speak and somebody booed him, but everybody really didn't like him or respect him and have some kind of, you wouldn't be doing that. And you wouldn't also be showing up and supporting him. It just gives you an idea. Oli himself, he said, what are some criticisms of me? And I think Martin just started rattling them off when he was sitting at the table, cocky being one of them. And I think he said, do you guys remember what he said to that? I think he took that. He agreed with it, I think, if my memory serves. He said I was a crappy player. I don't even know if he hit 200 when he was in the minors. He goes, I'm probably not at my best in those spots, and I might need to work on that. I could be wrong. I'm sure some of our listeners will correct me if I am. But you get to hear his personality, and he encourages people to, okay, what don't you like? What are some questions you have for me? What are some criticisms? Fire away. He has not had a season as the manager of the team outside of his first year, which was certainly, it doesn't matter if that was Tony La Russa. It doesn't matter if it was Mike Matheny. It doesn't matter if it was Mike Schilt. That season was about Albert Pujols in particular, but also Yadier Molina, and a team that won 90-plus games and Central Division champion. Then the one isolated 3-inning stretch that then costs that team in a format that's absurd, but whatever, it is the format that everybody has to deal with, that best-of-3 series. That's when people go, yeah, what'd the manager do? Pulling Quintana and then having Helsley out there when he wasn't healthy. What the hell happened there? And that's, I think if that doesn't happen, but it did. I'm not saying it should be discounted, but if it didn't happen, I don't think it necessarily he has the disdain that he has from the fan base. He's also been, of course, on the watch while the team has had terrible years. And I'm not saying he earned an extension. I'm just saying, what else are you going to do at this point? So that's where it is. The extension in 2024 was the thing that I thought was the goofball move.
There's an interesting comparison with La Russa. In La Russa's first 4 years managing the Cardinals, he had one team that got to the playoffs. He won 319 games. Marmol, in his 4 years, has had one team that made the playoffs. He's won 325 games. So pretty similar. They both got in the playoffs their first year with the club when they had a lot of good talent, and then they struggled the next 3 years.
Yeah, I think that's a fun fact for no one tell. But when you're analyzing whether or not somebody is a potentially great manager, La Russa went to the playoffs with the White Sox and then had
I'm not saying it's the ultimate way to measure the two. I'm just saying if you're really upset with the first 4 years that Marmol has, he's not the only one that has survived 4 years that weren't the greatest.
I think that people are just so pissed at the organization or now apathetic that it's become whatever they do, let's crap on it type of thing. And again, March 15th, 2024, I was with some friends, and when that was announced, I thought it was a joke. I couldn't believe it, just because I'm like, you got to be kidding me. They're coming off of that season, and then coincidentally, 10 days before the season, they give him an extension. I just thought that was a tone-deaf move. This one, it doesn't ripple in any way for me. But, as we were saying, there are some people who are pissed off about it. I guess I would ask this. What would you do differently? Would you just have him go into the season as a lame duck in a rebuild? Or would you want to bring in, some esteemed manager?
Even if you could. What esteemed manager is going to walk into this position?
Exactly right. That's it. So that's why I ask that question. I'm with you on the criticism of the extension in 2024. If you want to talk about that, I'm with you on that. But with regard to at this point, and I also have to say this, I realize the audience can't see the text inbox. For the most part, most people aren't complaining about it. There's some, don't get me wrong. This isn't like an overwhelming, what in the world is this thing? It's kind of like, yeah, I get it, whatever. If and when they do get back to the point where they were for a number of years, and the team is coming up short with some managerial decisions, that's a different conversation. But at this point, like you said, what does it really matter? Your thoughts are welcome, 314-399-9646. And you're also welcome to talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with Deep Voice Dude, Bach Hog, and John Scores, and DJ Patty Cakes. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. FanDuel has a wonderful opportunity for you to change your experience on Friday nights. They've got this happy hour going, and it can change the way you experience a Friday night. I like Friday night for pizza night. Friday night is pizza night. Well, now you can have a Friday night a little louder because NBA Happy Hour is live on FanDuel every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern. FanDuel's running limited time specials to pregame your weekend. Talking boosts, bonuses, surprises, all dropping right in the app. It's the perfect way to kick off the weekend. A little basketball, a little action, and a whole lot of Friday energy. That's NBA Happy Hour every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amounts. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Joshua. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. Martin's at onboarding right now. Doug Robert Thomas, now number 3 on the Athletics trade board. I mean, he wasn't even being talked about seriously, and now up to number 3. And he made his return this weekend. Both Robert Thomas and Jim Montgomery talked about it. Papers, what do you got here? This is Jackie Papers.
Sure it is.
What do you got on the audio? No, I don't need your. I don't necessarily need your thoughts unless you have some.
I thought you were asking for a take. I was like, ooh, fresh out.
On the hot take mittens?
Fresh out.
I got them right here.
You're asking for the Elliot Friedman sound talking about Robert Thomas.
No, we played that. Jim Montgomery on Robert Thomas. Now you look like you're using readers, but you don't have glasses on.
Yeah.
The way you're living.
That's my move, is to curl the lip down. Oh, what were we talking about? Here's Jim Montgomery, your head coach of the St. Louis Blues, on Robert Thomas returning.
Really good. It was surprising how well he handled the puck. I know he has great hands and all that, but the timing usually, when you get back into games, everything's a half a second quicker than even practice, and he hasn't had a lot of practice time. So to see the plays he made through the neutral zone, the offensive zone, and coming out of our D zone, and the finishing plays that it led to our victory was it's nice to have him back.
Here's Robert Thomas following the festivities.
Okay, I wonder what he had to say. Hit the leave of Papers.
Yeah, good. It's always tough missing a month, but game kind of felt better as the game went on, and felt pretty good. We came out of the break, had a great win, and then not our best last game, but bounced back tonight. That's what it's all about. Is you're going to have adversity through the season, and it's how you respond. And it's a tough back-to-back with travel, and we came out, had a good first period, and then found a way to get it done in the third. So stuff like that's going to be really important going through the rest of the year.
Will he be a member of the St. Louis Blues when they take on the Sharks on Friday night in San Jose? Right now, number 3 on the Athletics trade board. Just posted this morning. Justin Falk, for the record, is listed as number 4. Former Blue Ryan O'Reilly at 12. Then you're going to have to do a little scrolling to get down to more Blues, but there are more. Braden Shen is at 29. Doug, scroll. Jordan Binnington at 43. Jordan Kyrou at 45.
To me, Thomas still seems like a young guy, but I see this is his 8th year with the Blues. Does that seem possible? He's been here that long. 8 years.
20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Yeah, 8 years. God, that means it's 8 years since the Chalice. 8 seasons anyway.
Yeah. Well, this has been a disappointing one. He's only got 12 goals, 23 assists. They needed 3 times that this year.
I just want to clear something up. My hunger strike vow of silence regarding Kyrou is back in effect until Friday's trade deadline. Any big moves, and I will break my silence. That's from Harrison's brother Master updating us on his hunger strike.
Well, we're all dying to hear what he's got to say about everything, not just this.
So, Doug, now, if there is a big move tonight, you can celebrate because now you'll know you'll be able to hear from Harrison brother Master.
Okay.
Jesus.
Because I was worried about it before. Where is he? Where's he been? What's he got to say?
We'll announce the winner of the first edition of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month for the month of March. That Schaefer Door Company garage door, brand new garage door, is on the line for winning the Email of the Month. That's coming up. Then BK and Ferrari at the top of the hour. And we welcome you to participate anytime you want. You can email in at any time the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The Appliance Discounter, sponsor of Doug's Suspension Logule. TMA listeners, Appliance Discounters has an exclusive deal just for you. Come in today and receive an instant 5% rebate off your next appliance purchase. That's right, 5% instant savings off their already low prices. In addition to the 5% instant rebate, you can receive other factory rebates, some up to $1,500 direct from the manufacturer. Now you know why they're called the Appliance Discounters. Huge savings, locally owned, next day delivery, 18 months interest-free financing, all from the #1 largest family-owned appliance retailer in St. Louis. Visit any of their 7 locations: Afton, Baldwin, Concord Plaza, Earth City, Maplewood, St. Charles, or shop online at theappliancediscounters.com. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Hey, St. Louis, let's raise a glass. A Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey toast for this year's St. Patrick's Day. Here's to making a big whiskey in a small town. To a triple blend of spirit, but a single purpose of community, and to the friends in our lives, not the likes in our phone. To a genuine toast over a round with your favorite people. That's one of my favorite things. Celebrate the holiday this year with an official sponsor of the St. Louis Dogtown Parade. That's Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey, triple blended, triple distilled for the ultimate balance in flavor. Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grand Sons, Inc., New York, New York. Please enjoy Tullamore Dew responsibly. This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Blues off today, off tomorrow. Back in action on Wednesday as they take on the Kraken in Seattle. Pre-game at 8, puck drop at 9 right here on 101 ESPN. That was our Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, 101 ESPN, and wow, what a promotion we have here, courtesy of Schaefer Door Company. For the month of March, the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day receives a $5,000 brand new garage or multiple garage doors from Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company. Sponsored the podcast on 101 ESPN, Schaefer Door Company, SCHAEFER, door.com. So we will have 22 emails of the day in the month of March. Today, the very first. And Doug, we listen to them at 9:45. You can go back and podcast at 9:45. And then we vote via secret ballot, and Jackson Burkett announces the winner. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce to you from Ladue Horton Watkins class of 2016, Jackson Bennett Burkett, DBA, Jackie Papers.
First ballot is in. The votes have been tallied. First one on the board for the month of March is Chet's neighbor.
Chet's neighbor has won.
Really?
The Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. And might only need to win 2 more to get himself into a spot where he has a 1-game playoff to win the month of March. I mean, he's that much closer to $5,000 by email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Nice job, Chet's neighbor.
I forgot what he even said. I had Marlon's Family Barbecue as my winner.
Okay, secret ballot is pointless, I guess.
Doug, counsel probably is going to remind you signed an NDA.
Oh, I didn't think I signed
it's going to cost
anything except a little piece of paper saying, here's my vote.
BK and Ferrario are coming up next. That is the program called BK and Ferrario. It is time for us to shut it down. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.